Okay, very good. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Tanya, for setting this up. And it's one of those situations of, if you put your hand up, you always end up in the firing line, and this is exactly how it happened after the ESG Inquisition, as Tanya spoke about. I said I would volunteer, and the next minute she threw me the curveball and said, over to you to run this. So, okay, so we're talking about an update of how far we've progressed with integrating ESG matters into the SAMCODES. So just a bit of background. When we set out, Tanya and I actually put together the team to form the working group, comprised of industry representatives from Goldfields, Impala, and Sibanye, consulting companies, CSA, Minixcong, Mineral Corporation, and SRK. We had Annalie from JSE always keeping a beady eye on us. And at the same time, we had representation from the GSSA via the presidents, Tanya herself, the vice chair of SAMREC, representation from SAMVAL, the chair of the SAMAS working committee, and then the chair and vice chair of the SAMCODE Standards Committee. And we believe that this would give a balanced perspective between competent persons and ESG practitioners, while also considering the impact on junior mining companies. So the purpose and objectives of this working group were to, one, prepare a revised SAMAS guideline, picking up the latest developments and ESG considerations, and also incorporating those into the SAMCODES documents, so that these were available for everybody, and they could see what's going on. The ESG considerations must be practical for public reporting of resources and reserves, and to maintain balanced reporting. And they're not meant to replicate a sustainability report. In terms of objectives, so it was defining what ESG for mineral reporting would be, what the ESG considerations, how they should be assessed, measured, and reported upon. And this particularly applies to what the minimum requirements would be and what is best practice. And on that score, we looked at the likes of PERC and JORC and other codes that are working on ESG integration. And we decided we're not going to follow either of those or any of those processes, but rather look at what we believe is the best way to do it, incorporating both into the code and in terms of minimum disclosure, but what is best practice. Then there's always the question of materiality and balanced reporting. How the ESG factors should be incorporated into RPEE, guidance on accountability and responsibility for ESG reporting, guidance on ESG vis-a-vis valuation of mineral assets, to make sure that the cross-referencing between the guideline and the SAMCODES was clear. And at this stage, we only dealt with solid minerals, with the plan that once we got this bedded down, we could then look at replicating that for the oil and gas industry. So what did we do? We ended up with a whole number of work streams, which are shown here. So it was reviewing what came out of the ESG Inquisition and a monkey survey we did, looking at the stakeholder mapping, what investors and users would be looking for, working out suitable definitions for ESG, then what would be minimum disclosure requirements, how we would incorporate the ESG matters into SAMREC, and we were considering a new section along the lines of the diamond section, as well as a thread all the way through, then modifications to SAMREC Table 1, a potential new subsection in SAMVAL similar to SAMREC, modifications to the SAMVAL Table 1, and then updates to the ESG guideline. So those are the primary work streams that we had identified. Where we are now, you'll see we at the ESG webinar. So the first working drafts of these documents have been prepared. They were sent to the chairs of the SAMREC, SAMVAL, and SAMMOG committees for information, but not for circulation at this stage. And the communique that was loaded onto the website yesterday sets the high-level summary of where we are. And then, so following on from today, and whatever comes out by way of comment and recommendations, we will then continue working through these various documents. But this is going to be an intensive period where we now have got to address all the comments from the working group members, make sure we have consistency in terminology, resolve interpretation differences, align reporting styles and terms across the different documents. And we expect that's going to take about 3 to 4 months. At that stage, we'll put it out to peer review by ESG specialists and other industry professionals, and then have a period where we address comments from that peer review. And at that stage, we believe we would then have working documents that would form reasoned recommendations that can be provided to the SAMREC and SAMVAL committees for them to carry on work from there. And following that time, there's bound to be an ongoing liaison between the code committees and ourselves as we work through the recommendations, clarification, etc. And then at the same time, we would be looking at how to develop the ESG reporting requirements for oil and gas. So that's where we stand at the moment. It's been a very interesting 18 months or nearly 2 years, and it's going to take a while yet before this gets bedded down. So that's where we are, and that sets the scene for today. So we're going to get feedback on all these work streams that we've been working at, and that's been the way that the webinar has been structured. Okay, so with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Solomon, who is well known around the industry, been around, done many things, but he is deeply involved in drafting government policy for South Africa and other African countries, served in the World Economic Forum Global Agenda Council for Mining and Metals, has been an independent non-executive director on the board of Gold One, and was a founder CEO of Wesizwe Platinum. He is currently the adjunct professor in the Department of Chemical Engineering at the University of Cape Town, where he specializes in economic diversification and decarbonization of mines. As a mining engineer of 40 years experience in gold, platinum, diamond, and coal sectors, he brings a wealth of experience to the situation. And as an honorary life fellow of the South African Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, and also chairing the ESGS committee, Mike, we look forward to hearing your pearls of wisdom. So over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. Can I share the screen? Right. Can you see my presentation?
Andy, you need to...
Sorry, I've done it.
Okay.
Okay, can we see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, we can see you,
Correct.
and we can hear you.
That's a good start to the morning. Also, the point of departure, I think just looking at the SAMSG guidelines, or SAMCODES ESG guidelines, I just want to ask the question as to what are they and why are they really necessary, these guidelines? If one looks at mining valuation codes around the world, they really only have one function, and that is to ensure that investors in mining projects and lenders to mineral projects are really given sufficiently reliable information on which to make qualified and considered investment decisions. So in looking at this information, it's got to be independent, it's got to be qualified, it's got to be transparent, and it's got to come from professionals that are trusted, ethical, and that have got an intimate and in-depth knowledge, not only in the field in which he or she is opining, but in fact into the application of this to mineral projects. And that's really where the ESG wildcard comes in. So at the outset, in looking at an investment decision, We make this on a range of financial indicators that are informed by a vast and complex array of sort of technical, economic, and macroeconomic factors. And all of these are factors that we use as professionals in our competent persons reports and various other documents that go towards attesting to a mineral project's viability and investability. So the codes have been around for a number of decades now, and the various codes have provided very clear guidelines on resource and reserve definition on the one side and project valuation on the other. So that's where SAMREC comes in, and that's where SAMVAL comes in. We've now got this whole issue of ESG and the extent to which ESG factors or the less techno-economic factors actually do have a material impact on mining projects. It's becoming ESG, and the whole question of social license has become increasingly prominent in the investment decision-making processes. That originally, if one goes back 100 years, investors made investments basically on the technical merits and the profitability of a mining company. It's becoming much more complex in the current environment, where there's a cogent need now for us to be able to identify and quantify risks associated with the less technical aspects of project valuation. And this is what we're doing in the SAMCODES ESG assessment. So while the SAMREC and SAMVAL really look at the endogenous risks to mining projects, what we're doing in this particular instance is looking at the exogenous risks. So market risk is an exogenous risk, but that has been taken into account in sort of previous iterations of these codes. And we've got to look at the more complex issues of environment, social, and governance, which is the ESG categories that come into this. So the problem with ESG is that the factors are highly situational, and unlike the geology that's in the ground and the resources, and to a certain extent, the techno-economics around mining companies, these things change dynamically and very quickly. And so in making an assessment of what the risks are and how they translate into resource and reserve definition, it's not that easy, because what is valid today may have changed 180 degrees in a year's time or in 10 years' time. And if one considers the fact that one is advising investors and lenders on projects that are 20 to 50 years, that becomes complex. So for example, if one looks at community activism and sees those seasonal weather patterns associated with climate change, these have material impacts on both CapEx and operating costs, but they're much more difficult to predict in the geotechnical and the operational aspects of the project. So these SAM ESG guidelines are being developed really to provide a structure or a standardized approach to evaluating these very, very difficult and ostensibly obtuse factors, and then to try and take these factors that are not as clearly definable as our geotechnical or techno-economic factors, and then align them with the SAMREC and SAMVAL codes. And this is where this committee becomes extremely important in just identifying what these issues are and trying to assess how we deal with them as professionals. So what I'm going to do today is, and I'm going to look at what the guidelines are, why they're necessary, but I'm also going to go a little bit left field and ask whether in fact what we're doing is enough. We've taken a very structured approach. I'm going to go through a number of issues around the SAMCODES ESGS guidelines. We're going to look at what they are, where they are right now. And then I'm going to take a broader look at the ESG factors that affect mining projects. I'm going to raise the question as to whether they go far enough to protect investors in this increasingly uncertain environment for mining. And then the question of who are these ESG professionals? We as miners and metallurgists and the SIMM and geologists and the GSSA are always the people that have done these assessments, but actually these complexities go beyond our core competence as professionals, And we're now having to resort to looking at a whole cohort and range of other professionals that have got to come into this environment, and we've got to accommodate them in this construct. So who are these, and how do we assess whether they are competent mineral asset valuators or CVs, or competent persons or subject matters experts? Who adjudicates or arbitrates as to whether they are up to the task? And really the question is whether the SIMM and the GSSA as professional organizations are the right homes for these professionals, and if we are equipped to adjudicate on their competence and to do the job at hand. So with that, we, in looking at what the SAMCODES or SAMREC, SAMVEL do, is that there's, at the end of the day, we're just really trying to assess whether in fact an ore resource, which is what's in the ground, is economically mineable, and what the value of that mineability is, so that the SAMREC would look at the resource itself, and then SAMVEL would take the economic aspects of that and convert a resource into reserve. It's as simple as that. And we've now got to look at not only those techno-economic factors of the technical factor of assessing a geological resource and the attributes of a geological resource, but also the economics that go into converting that resource into reserve. So what the SAMVEL codes do really is looking at the justification for where do we use them, the justification for raising debt or equity finance, facilitating negotiations between parties and these issues, to look at the assessment of government charges and taxes as insofar as they affect mining companies. They're used for evaluations in estate settlements, corporate reports, expert witnesses, acquisitions, disposal, impairment, our calculations, accounting, financial, but at the end of the day, it's about investment and about valuation. And so today what we're looking at is the whole question of ESG obligation liabilities. How do we quantify those, and how do we build them into the equation? What we're looking at today, and where the codes have got to thus far, is looking at the measurables, but it's not always the measurables that are going to impact on mining companies. And this is where my discussion is going today. As we've got to look at tracking what it does, where we've got to right now, we're looking at tracking progressive construction of a mine and plant against the scheduled closure costs of the LO mine. This comes incidentally right out of the current document. So I'm just putting this on the table, then I'm going to deviate from this. We're looking at progressive rehabilitation status, the closure, changing closure prescriptions, which is a big issue. Closure is extraordinarily difficult, and we don't have many examples of successful mine closure in this country. Changing resource requirements, the footprint of mining companies. Is it just the territory itself? Do they extend beyond the boundaries of the mine? Unit costs and rates, management costs, care and maintenance costs, retrenchment costs. This is all around mine closure. The environmental escrow, it's the financial provisioning. That is the statutory provisioning that's imposed on mining companies. Social and labor plans are a big issue in terms of mining permission, and then the whole question of life of mine and closure estimate profiles, which is also extraordinarily difficult, but they are measurable in a sense. So we're looking at full closure costs and asset life and what is required of life of mine cash flow models and impairment. The problem that we face, though, is that mining companies, the gestation period for new mining projects for a large mining project is anything from sort of 7 to 13 years. And during that period, things change very radically. So for example, I was involved in the listing in 2007 of the mining project. We raised money by 2010 and started building the mine. And at that particular juncture, in 2010, platinum, because of climate change and the recognition that climate change was upon us and that we had to clean up the world, platinum was defying gravity, or the PGMs were defying gravity because of water catalysts and the role that platinum plays in cleaning up other emissions. However, by the time the mine was built, a certain sociopath by the name of Elon Musk had come along, and while electric cars have been around since 1893, suddenly changed the whole face of mobility. And by the time the mine had been built, the world had changed fundamentally. And then this is after 70 years of platinum mining. In 10 years, the face of the industry changed dramatically. And that is because of an exogenous technology change that really had nothing to do with the mining of platinum, but it had a lot to do with the markets and the perception of the markets. So we've got to look, in looking at the broader aspects of project risk and where ESG fits in, we've got to look at the entire range of risks facing a mining company. And then we've got to the best of our abilities to assess where ESG comes into these various risks and how we deal with them. So in geology and mining, that's pretty much a techno-economic issue. But there's the project economics, which are seen as a particular point in time. There's also reserve classification, feasibility studies, phases of project development, which has been dealt with in the previous slide. Share price fundamentals, which is a big issue in terms of how does the market assess the value of a mining investment to put money into it in the retail market. Metals marketing, market demand drivers, mine supply drivers, hedging, futures, and streaming. On the project risk, we've got geological risk, mineralogical risk, mining risk, market risk, economic risk, political risk, environment risk, management, government, social license. Investment risk is classes of equity, debt, blended finance, rights issues, and shareholders. So ostensibly, if we look at it in the ESG concept, you're only looking at project which is environmental risk, management and government and social license. But unfortunately, that's not where it stops. So if one looks at where ESG has an impact on risk, it goes much further than that, because it's the resource and reserve classification is fundamentally a function of what is economically mineable, and that changes by the day. So, for example, I've been a director of a platinum company that the extension of the mines into the life of mine for the first pit was definable, and into the second expansion of the pit is into a farm owned by a community, which stopped mining for 8 years. So while the original assessment would have been done for the full value of the resource and the reserve at that particular juncture, the community activism around the project fundamentally delayed and impacted not only on the perception of risk in the marketplace, which affected the share price, but also the ability to mine further, and literally had the propensity to half the life of mine, which was not anticipated when the original assessment was done. So the feasibilities were done. So it does these exogenous factors impact on feasibility studies, the phases of project development and investment rationale. There's a perception in investment as much as there is the techno-economic aspects of investment. Share price fundamentals in mining are there, but they're also impacted. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and investability and risk is also in the eye of the beholder. The whole question of metals marketing, I've spoken about platinum being an issue and having the market having changed fundamentally. Now, the flavor of the day right now are battery precursor minerals, which will be lithium and rare earths. But in the next 10 years, is battery technology going to change where those precursor battery minerals actually change in nature and the market value? So we're building mines now to mine lithium and various rare earths, but in 10 years' time, will those be the minerals that we actually require to meet the renewable energy requirements in decarbonization and climate change? The supply side risk is the ability of governments to stop projects. So if one takes Simandou in Guinea, for example, as Rio Tinto, which for decades, well, not quite decades, but for an awfully long time, Simandou has been moribund by government instability and interference. There's market risk, the economic risks, political risks, all of which affect all of our projects, and where ESG actually comes into the assessment. And then also in terms of blended finance and listings, is that if one looks at the whole arena of ESG investment, it's very clear that the companies that are performing better at the moment are those companies that have higher ESG ratings. And so the ESG ratings is also becoming a factor whereby lenders are taking into account the rate at which they will lend to lend money to mining projects, and the higher the ESG rating, the more amenable they are to negotiation on interest rates. The listings issues are important, and then the whole question of shareholder dilution in terms of community participation in mining is a material interest. Black Empowerment, for example, effectively in this country provides a 26% discount on shareholder value, whether it's vendor funded or not. So it goes beyond, in terms of assessing the rate of ESG, it goes beyond the question of the obvious. Just looking at what the ESG committee has laid out in terms of the phases of the project and where we look at it, what I'm going to talk about could be looking at the ESG factors beyond where we are right now. Detailed planning for ESG impact is terribly important as risk mitigation. And the whole question of stakeholders and post-mining closure are key issues that one looks at. So where we come from right now, then the geological assessment of a resource, which is the precursor to its conversion into reserve, is the difficult bit in terms of the fact that we use very sophisticated technologies to acquire knowledge about a resource and then to actually calculate the attributes of that resource. And so we're looking at geostatistics and polygonal estimates and inverse distance and kriging and all these very sophisticated things that the geologists are much cleverer than mining engineers when it comes to that sort of thing. And the mining bit is really easy because it's, at the end of the day, it's simple arithmetic. We don't have kriging and geostatistics and all those complicated issues. It's just about figuring out what it's going to cost and then adding it up. So the mining bit is simple arithmetic, except when it comes to the issues of finance. And I'm going to focus this morning on just very briefly on the whole question of rents and how you assess rents and the impact that rents actually have on resource and reserve calculations. So in a literal sense, it is for environment. And so typically we've been looking at environment in terms of rehabilitation and the cost of mine closure in terms of rehabilitation. What we're faced with right now are again, exogenous risks of things like climate change, which is having a material risk not only on the market factors and the need for specific minerals, and again, this gestation period of mining companies that I spoke about, but actually the material issues in terms of capital costs, operating expenses, commodity markets, and also perceptions of risk. So our material issues there are appropriate rehabilitation that's been dealt with already in the codes, the utilization of ecosystem services, biodiversity, on new things that are coming into the mix, and how do we assess that in terms of mining risk. Availability of water is an obvious one. Increasing energy costs with global warming. And funny enough, in work that we're doing at the moment, we're finding that as we go towards renewable, the cost of energy is not increasing, it's in fact decreasing, which is an irony, because one would expect that the increasing cost of that the need for mines to decarbonize would in fact add to costs, and it doesn't. It actually reduces cost, which is great. Carbon neutrality, carbon taxes are big issues, cost factors. The whole question of pollution of air, water, and land has been around for a long time, but they get more complex and not easier. And then circular economy is an important one, not only from an environmental perspective, but actually it impacts on markets. So for example, in 2010, I ran a mine requirement for platinum was around 7.5 million tons, million ounces a year, through circular economy recycling. It's now dropped to around 5 million ounces in terms of run of mine. So it is an opportunity, but it's also a threat. From the social perspective, there's increasing pressure to extract greater rents from mining industry in the quest for social license. So this is ill-defined. You've got resource nationalism is a factor, but we use this context to describe the desire of people in resource-rich countries to derive increasing economic benefit from this natural resources. And that's at the macro level is government, at the micro level is community, and these represent a real cost to miners, and not only sort of addresses the resolution of governments to exercise greater control in the respective host countries, but also on the part of both governments and communities, it's not always for altruistic reasons. So you get into the governance factors of rent seeking and corruption that we've got to look at. And I'm not going to go through each of these because there's simply no time. But we've got to look at the whole question of human rights issues, of talent management. People are leaving South Africa at the moment for everywhere else, including Africa, because of what is happening at the moment. So we're sitting with a skill shortage of professional people that is very, very serious implications for our industry. And then on top of that, we've got the whole question of skills development as mines modernize and move away from labor-intensive issues. The governance is not necessarily synonymous with government, but the governance goes to the core of government as well, and the extent to which government impacts on the viability of a mining operation. And this really goes around rents as well, which is the major issue. So looking at rents and governments and the rents that they impose, that very often in my experience is that the rents are not taken into account, adequately taken into account in mineral valuation. We look at we don't understand what rents are, and rents are effectively those costs of mining that are not productive costs, or they're not direct, those costs of mining over and above the direct cost of winning the mineral from a ground, processing it and marketing it. And the rents aren't always taxation imposed by government. So taxes are merely a subset of rent. They're not the rents themselves. There are all sorts of other rents, like social license, that carry significant cost, and social impact mitigation, environmental stewardship, that are imposed by civil society and investors and not by governments, which we need to look at. So you've got the whole host of the basket of rents, which are, again, very often not all taken into account in terms of evaluations, but the social aspects as well we need to take into account. So I'm just going to look at the mining value curve and look at how these rents actually impact on a resource and reserve. So in 2012, just 10 years ago, the price of platinum was $1,700 an ounce, and the average break-even price at that particular juncture was about $1,600 an ounce. So looking at the cost curve at the time. So this is a cost curve that I've dug up for 2012. And the break-even at that particular juncture was around $1,700 an ounce. And again, the bulk of the mining at that stage was underground. So things have even changed from a mining technology perspective. We're now sitting at a $930 an ounce platinum price. Now, I know that platinum, I'm using this example that when one looks at the PGM baskets, and the baskets have mitigated this fall in price. But 10 years later, when costs have improved and commodity prices have dropped for various reasons, we can see how what was a good idea and where we raised money 10 years ago these days is fundamentally problematic. So if one is looking at where this actually comes into resource and reserve estimation, that cost curve becomes extremely important, because you're looking at the investment value looks at operating profit after the disbursement of directly productive costs, and those are your rents. So if one looks at what the rents are, the social license costs, the fiscal flows, taxation, after direct costs, fiscal flows, and other rents, we're looking at distributable earnings, and then what is left in the pot of the retained earnings, which also looks at the stability of the mining companies. If one looks at price modifications, and particularly the dropping of commodity prices, you'll see that the total universe of resources, either in the sector or at a particular mine level, moves to the left, and you're actually starting to progressively sterilize a productive capacity of the mining operation. And so you can see that as you increase these rents, you are reducing the amount of resource that is available for mining. You're reducing the life of mine, and you're increasing the cutoff grades that determine the investability of the mine as well, the cutoff grades and the profits that are available to the investor. So these factors do have a material impact on the investability. There's another aspect of that these factors vary. They're not just endogenous to a mining company or existing to a particular mining project, but they vary from country to country. A couple of years ago, I did an exercise where I took a pre-feasibility study that I'd done for a polymetallic project, and I kept the same grades, the same working costs, and obviously the same commodity prices. And I put the project into 8 different environments and looked at what the basket of these different factors came into account. So we looked at risk-free rates.
Mikey, you got 2 minutes left, please.
Oh, I've got 4 minutes in my book. I started late. We just looking at the factors that go into project risk is the weighted average cost of capital. There are a whole lot of these factors that come into this: equity risk premiums, country risk premiums, corporate tax royalties, and other aspects that go into the weighted average cost of capital. And so if one looks at South Africa, where we've got a particularly arduous basket of rents, that project was least attractive in South Africa, and it's something that we need to take into account. So we need to understand what country risk premiums are, how they're affected by ESG factors, equity risk premiums, how they affect the premiums that investors put to invest in projects. And we've got to establish who actually does these assessments, who is the arbiter or the advisor on how these ESG factors do impact on the weighted average cost of capital, on project risk, and how these are accounted for in the codes. So the last 2 slides I've got, and I've got 2 minutes left, Chair, 3 minutes or 3/4 minutes, is the ESG professionals are no longer just the mining engineers, the geologists, the mining engineers, and the metallurgists. But we're now looking at environmentalists, we're looking at soil samplers, scientists, hydrologists, political scientists, social anthropologists, climatologists, corporate financiers, social economists, political economists, lawyers, and a host of other professionals that actually come into the equation of assessing risk of a mining project. And they go way beyond the bounds of the SIMM, EXA, SACNAS to actually assess whether these professionals are competent asset valuers, CVs or CPs, or in fact subject matter experts. And so going along with defining what the guidelines are, we've also got to face the problem is how we assess the competence of these disparate cohorts of professionals and where they have a home in this complex world of ours of mining. And so where we are, I think, as the SIMM and GSSA in the room today, is that we're now starting to admit professions other than our core professions into our ranks. And we're gearing up as 2 organizations to assess whether these people have the experience, have the capability of applying methodologies that we're going to build into these valuation codes. and whether in fact we can assess to their competence to give the investors the confidence to look beyond the techno-economic factors of mining. And so they don't have a role in EXA, they don't have a home in EXA, they don't have a home in SACMAS. But I think that we've got a lot to do as SIMM and GSSA in bringing them into our ranks and understanding how we incorporate their particular expertise into the techno-economic factors of risk evaluation in mining investment. Thank you very much.
I see there are 3 questions in the chat room. Let's just go through those and see what they are. So the first one was, first question was, in what ways is circular economy a threat?
Only to the market threat is that if one is looking at increasing efficiencies in circular economy and recycling, and also the sort of functional relationships between minerals, is it does change the market factor. And again, I go back to the gestation period for new mines being anything between 5 and 15 years, is that circular economy, as the efficiencies of both collection of used metals and their reintroduction into the market, and this is a technology and logistic issue, they do impact on the markets during the currency of during a period that a mine is being built.
Okay, the second question is, how will these ESG practitioners integrate with mineral resource estimators, geologists, mining engineers?
Well, I think this is the issue, and this is where I think the GSSA and the SIMM play an absolutely vital role. All of these professions have their own professional bodies that they can belong to, but coming into our environment as earth scientists, as miners, mining engineers, geologists, it's up to us to actually sit down with them, us understand what their risk profiles are, and figure out, and this is the object of the SAMBEL code, ESG codes, figure out how we actually extrapolate their expertise into project risk and how we convert that project risk into economic risk that goes into a project assessment.
Sorry, one last question. Looking specifically at the South African context and illegal mining, is ESG at risk of being purely a paper exercise for JSE listed companies? If a corrupt mining company sources metal mined illegally, doesn't account for it, but on paper looks fantastic in terms of ESG reporting, how will this be controlled?
It's not just the metal that's been sold illegally. I mean, we're estimating that something like 60 tons of gold are exported illegally from this country every year through Zamas. But from an ESG perspective, we place a lot of focus on rehabilitation. So we've got 2 situations. One, it's a colliery where the rehabilitation, the colliery was closed by a major mining company. A very responsible rehabilitation job was done. And as the price of coal shot up, the Zamas moved in a very sophisticated way with big equipment and basically dug up what had been rehabilitated. One has also seen the Zamas on the west coast at Klainsee completely destroy the rehabilitation that De Beers has done. And so it goes beyond the governance aspect of the industry, is that as we as mining companies will do a proper job and we'll assess the mine closure costs and the rehabilitation costs. But when that gets upset by Zamas and other forms of illegal and community mining, it does have material impacts on the viability of the mining company and the nature of that investment.
Thanks very much, Mike, and thanks for a very informative discussion this morning, and I'm sure that will give us some direction in our future deliberations. So thanks very much for participating today, and we'll hear from you later at the panel discussion. So we look forward to that. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're now going to have Charlene Wrigley talk to us about the ESG landscape. Charlene has a master's degree in environmental science. She is the Group Sustainable Development Manager at Goldfields, with more than 20 years experience in sustainable development within the mining and extractive sector. Charlene is an advocate for the advancement of women in STEM in the extractive industry. She is vice chair of the committee, the SAMCODES committee. She also chairs the Internal Council on Mining and Metals ICM Nature Working Group. Charlene, over to you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mark, for that keynote address, and good morning to everybody on the call. So I'm going to give you a bit of an ESG lens, and I'm sure my introduction gave you a sense anyway that that was what I'd be speaking about. And so I'm going to jump right in, and thank you for the opportunity. So the ESG landscape is has always kind of been around, if you want to say it that way. And many of us environmental practitioners or sustainability practitioners or social practitioners have been working in it for a long time. We just haven't called it ESG, environment, social governance. And admittedly, it is changing. There's a lot more interest and focus in this landscape, and it now has this sort of terminology or term linked to it that I think we all hear every day in our day jobs in some way, shape, or form, certainly in the extractive sector or in the mining sector. And so this is what I'm going to jump into a little bit deeper, particularly from a mineral reserve and resource reporting perspective. To maybe put a better picture on the slide or on the screen, the 4 key areas here is that we do have very established, new and emerging ESG frameworks, standards, guidelines, and other expectations for reporters. And when we look at this, we could look at the existing SAMCODES guideline. Mark referenced it earlier. We could look at all the environmental and social assessment processes that you typically need to go for a mining permit, for example, or even if it's just an exploration type permit within a South African context. And of course, more recently, over the last 10 or 15 years, social and labor plans, mining charter requirements have become deeply embedded in the way in which mining operations are set up, continue to operate, and arguably take into consideration when they do look at their end of life transition or closure activities. And we see a lot of the commitments or the requirements around this nest in things like EMPRs and EMPs, or your financial provision for closure. A more mature reporter or operating company or miner might even have something like GRI compliance, the Global Reporting Initiative, and also, of course, things like environmental and safety management systems like ISO 14001. So there's a lot that's been happening for a long time, a lot that we've incorporated in our planning for projects, and of course, in our actual execution of projects and operating of projects, and have been able to build in around that. But it is changing. I think that's definitely what you're going to hear a lot of today. And stakeholders are playing a very important role here, as they always have. And recognizing that the ESG, we sort of look at it on my side as the S represents people, social, of course, but there's 2 kinds of S's. There's very much your employee, like your people within your business. And then there's the S's outside, like of your business, like your host communities, for example, or your investors, or civil society, or NGOs, or media, or other examples of that. And sometimes those are even the same. Sometimes employees live within your host community. So knowing that this lens is changing, you'll start seeing and hearing things like diversity, equity, and inclusion reporting or metrics when we do look at planning for operations or managing operations. You'll maybe hear gender targets or equity targets or host community procurement targets around that, noting that stakeholders and the outcomes of engagement and consultation with them have a different range of expectations to what they may have expected 20 years ago. And this is, of course, heavily influenced by the socioeconomic context of these stakeholders. And Mark gave a few examples of, the geopolitical context, for example, could also impact that. Investors are also stakeholders. Mark, alluded to that quite a lot around here. We compete for capital for new projects in some instances. We compete for capital locally and globally. And so when competing for capital or for an investment to notice you, you're more likely going to want to meet their ESG expectations or other risk and opportunity management expectations when it comes to your reporting and project planning. And then, of course, these are measured. They are probably well known to some of you on this call, indices or assessments that do look at the various elements of E, S, and G in terms of what we do. How much of that links into your mineral reserve and resource reporting or the SAMCODES requirements, etc., is perhaps what's going to become more evident today, or cast a greater scrutiny on going forwards. I was struck by a comment the other day. As Andy said, the company I work for is part of the International Council of Mining and Minerals, and in a keynote address for a similar sort of event that I'd attended, the CEO of the ICMM said that we're sitting in a once in a generational opportunity where the need for mined products for critical minerals, for example, for the energy transition, is probably going to outstrip what we've mined in recent years. And it really struck me as that, mining's well established, it's been around for a long time, but these critical minerals are really going to see a ramp up in terms of their demand and supply into the energy transition. And so, what an amazing opportunity for the mining industry, locally and globally. But right now, and there are global statistics to support this, there is low trust in the mining sector, globally, of course. There is a movement of ESG investors, of ESG interested people who feel that, that mining poses risks to society that they don't want to tolerate. And so I see this as an opportunity in this once in a generational sort of time to harness factors like E, S, and G in shifting the reputation around mining, preparing us for a better future, saving money, as Mark's example came out in the decarbonization efforts where energy actually is becoming cheaper and renewable. And so use this to perhaps look for a different kind of future to one that we might have thought of 20 years ago for the mining sector. And of course, to complement this are all kinds of other external reporting frameworks that are suggesting exactly the same thing. What are you doing in the ESG space? How are you measuring your impact? And what does this mean for your business? And that's maybe the last sort of bullet points I picked up in climate change action. There is a huge expectation around it. Do we know how to respond to it? National governments set policy targets around this. Countries like South Africa have a just energy transition perspective or position, where we recognize that this kind of transition is absolutely required to meet the policy commitments of the future and, of course, the needs of the current times. But perhaps also recognizing that when companies or projects or targets need to align with these expectations, they're also going to have financial and environmental trade-offs. Hopefully those are favorable in some or many instances, but in other instances they won't be. And in this evolving ESG landscape, your investors and your stakeholders are going to want to know what these are. And so bringing together this suite of people to figure out how to do this is really the challenge that mineral reporters are also going to have to face. And it's not a new challenge. They've been doing it well. It hasn't not existed in the past. It's just evolving. And it's evolving to some of these things that I've alluded to here, and of course what Mark has alluded to earlier. This is an EY kind of publication. They update this every year, and they tell us what ESG related mining risks are possibly going to look like for the year ahead. And I pulled up this one for 2023, where we're sitting in now. And number one is ESG, which is where it was last year too. It hasn't really shifted. But they also bring up things like climate change, license to operate, workforce, that's people, supply chain disruption, that also speaks to circular economy, perhaps, that we spoke to, digital and innovation, that's talent, that's development, that's your workforce, and a host of other things. And so the risks that you would typically face at a target, at a project for a resource, are likely to face these challenges too. And so not only are you more than likely building them into your project planning, but you're going to have to find a way, if you aren't able to do so already, to communicate to investors, to interested parties, to shareholders, to those who you compete for their capital, that you've got an understanding of this and you can translate this into value for your project, or risk or opportunity, or dependency or impact. And then I was also wondering, well, what is ESG? It's a nice catch-all term for a risk register, but luckily the EY report, elaborated on the right-hand side of the screen on some of the very typical issues that a mining company could be facing. And arguably, this is exactly the same for a new target versus an existing operation, and possibly even one that's looking at an end-of-life transition. Water, climate change, energy, carbon, green production, that you could also link to circular economy, good waste practices, etc. Your scope 1 and 2, of course, is carbon emissions related to climate change, diversity, equity, and inclusion, biodiversity or nature, modern slavery, child labor. Those are your labor conditions, I would argue. So knowing that the landscape is changing, knowing that this is the kind of view that many mineral resource operators or planners are facing or should be planning to face, your challenge really is to make sure that the guidance and the reporting processes around that and the related disclosures are keeping up to speed with this or responding accordingly. And so your disclosure expectations are likely to evolve too. They are evolving. They probably have evolved. And these are probably some of the discussions you may be having internally around what kind of disclosures are required. And obviously this implies for you to disclose that there should be systems, processes, etc., in place to manage it. I used the diamond there. I know this is not a diamond code discussion, so I thought it was nice and neutral, but really the point was your asset is jurisdictionally specific in many instances, and so are the ESG factors. That is really the message there. And there is a strong jurisdictional component to your ESG disclosures and how you pick that up. And that's a very important point to take away. It really can't be copy and paste, and what worked somewhere else may not work here. Disclosures are shifting from voluntary to obligatory. So, you've got to look at what you can do, what you want to do, and make sure there's no greenwashing risk that's filtering through. It's a big concern. You've got to be able to distinguish what is material and what is not material, a huge debate in the sector. You've got to decide who does this, what makes it credible, what makes it transparent. Do you need an engineer, an anthropologist, a lawyer, etc., as Mark alluded to? Do you need a magician? I hope not, but maybe, I don't know. And then, of course, what are you doing already? A more mature reporter already probably has quite a sophisticated sustainability reporting suite. Your minimum obligations or compliance requirements also, publish a whole lot of information out there in things like mining charter targets and your social and labor plan. So how can you use that in a complementary sort of process? So to wrap up, this means quite a lot, I think, for reporters. And it means that you probably have to use an evolving or different lens to what you had envisaged or used maybe 10 years ago when it did look at the reporting processes. And I think this is part of why the SAMCODES or the ESG guideline to support these processes also needs to evolve to support evolving landscape expectations around this and some of the socioeconomic and geopolitical contexts that further influence this. I'm not going to go into this in any sort of detail, but there's a local and a global consideration. It is very jurisdictionally specific. You have to know this. You have to know this upfront, but you have to consider the bigger picture too. You have to figure out what is material, and that is definitely easier said than done. Materiality considerations, once again, also apply to this local versus global lens, but also creates a lot of debate because it's no longer down to a monetary threshold either. I spoke about obligation reporting versus voluntary reporting. These days, compliant reporting or compliant performance is not even easy. But going beyond that is even harder, and that's something we have to get our heads around while still managing risk and liability. And then, of course, who would you work with to do this? You need a bigger team, and the competent persons, unless they really are magicians, are going to be under a lot of pressure to meet all these requirements and assessments and integration sort of approaches on their own. And I think that's something that's going to have to evolve quite rapidly over time to respond to this evolving landscape. And then, of course, like I say, let's remember we do a lot already as a sector. as people who are focused on a target or a project or operators. And let's make sure that we can use this in an accessible manner that meets the user's needs in order to respond to these expectations on your reserve and your resource reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlene. We have one question that's popped up, which is a little bit left field, so good luck. It's in the chat room. It says, should traditional leaders of South Africa be evaluated on ESG targets to determine the annual allowance received from government? Land in the rural areas can potentially be used more optimally to achieve development goals, but this requires collaboration, which seems impossible in South Africa. Good luck.
Thank you. So I'm going to keep my response really to mining and extractive sort of reporting and targets, around the sort of the SAMCODES ambit for today. But I think there's a great point that this question has touched on here, is that, and this is really something that ESG can provide an opportunity, not just a risk or a rent for a project or a target. It's about recognizing the value that nature or a climate adaptation or land can bring to an organization, a shared value possibly, or a climate resilience, or what people often call adaptation opportunity around managing land in such a way that it can have multiple outcomes that haven't sort of linked to a traditional monetary value for what that land can deliver, like an ecosystem service, like climate change resilience, to a community in a rural area that may create other opportunities that have been, sort of less traditionally measured in rands and cents. So I think that whilst we're not talking about land management in this forum and, local governance structures, I feel that it creates an opportunity to demonstrate that there are shared resources and that this applies to mineral reporters too, where you can get a shared value or a value or an opportunity out of an ESG type approach that could benefit you in a way that you traditionally haven't recognized before.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm sure it will elicit further discussion later, but thank you for your input.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. As Andy mentioned, I'm standing in for Tim, so I hope I do him justice today. So I'm going to just take you through the exercise we went through in terms of the landscape and stakeholder mapping. We felt it was important that this was the starting point of this project, to understand what it is that people wanted, the needs out there as well, in terms of all stakeholders across the entire industry. So in terms of the integration challenge, integrating ESG into mineral resource and reserve reporting, ESG has become increasingly important in terms of expectations from, governments, investors, society, as well as company. And, in terms of disclosure of the material issues and the risks. And there's many of the codes across the globe that are presently in various stages of updating their codes to include ESG, JORC, PERC, to name a few. So we took it as a leapfrog opportunity to transform the SAMCODES and not sort of be left behind. And, look at how we can integrate ESG with the more conventional mineral reporting. And we were faced with the fact that it can be intimidating. Where do you even start with this? And as I mentioned, right from the beginning, we understood and noted that it was important that we focus on the end users of the information, that is the crux of it, that, what do people want to see at the end of the day? And it's important that we deliver a resilient and value add product. No point in creating something when, it's not value add. And that's for all stakeholders, as well as, regulatory environments. And, how could we equip end users of mineral reporting so that they can take the necessary information, make informed decision and meaningful assessments using this information? So it's important that, we looked at creating a fit for purpose disclosure as part of mineral reporting. And we recognize that, as a company, if you have the potential to differentiate yourself as a preferred investment, as the two speakers before me have mentioned, that as it's equally important, investors are jumping on this. And if you have this disclosure, it's fully integrated, it definitely sets you apart. So as I mentioned, we undertook a comprehensive landscape and stakeholder mapping exercise in March 22 after the original ESG Inquisition that myself, Tim Rowland, and CFO Mark undertook. And we spoke to many different people, got differing perspectives and expectations from various people and role players in the industry. And this allowed us then, to capture the key themes and learnings that people had in terms of ESG. And, when we embarked then on this project to incorporate into the codes, we had this at the back of our mind and could use this information then going forward. So I think let's just look at, from this landscape mapping, some of the top topics, that were brought up during our discussion. So from a tier 1 perspective, we see this as an opportunity to make the SAMCODES a best of breed code. To incorporate everything, have it integrated, and be available when it becomes regulatory. Just important to note, and this will be the theme sort of for the rest of the day, is we want to elevate but not over amplify ESG matters. We need balanced mineral reporting, and I specifically talk about mineral resource and mineral reserve reporting because this is where we're looking at incorporating these items. And we don't want it to be an onerous on the CP, and we don't want huge expansion of these reports. It needs to be relevant, important information with the end user in mind. And the SAMCODES guideline we identify will essentially be the guideline supplement for additional guidance, with obviously the key components in the codes themselves. We've had Annelie in our group, and we're continuously liaising with the JSE on their requirements and what modifications they will at any stage make to section 12, if at all. And then it's important, as I mentioned, with the other codes going through similar processes, that we continuously assess what they're doing and what they're looking at, and perhaps look at incorporating or making enhancements to where we are with our codes. In terms of the tier 2 topics, it's important that CPs are equipped, that they're able to transparently disclose, and I'll go a bit more into that a bit later. And the assessment of ESG competence, as Mike mentioned earlier, what is the role of the CPs and SMEs? What if there's reliance on external service providers? How do you get that balance? And then in terms of a South African specific context, we needed to make sure that we take into account the requirements by the South African governments to say, looking at the mining charter, the social labor plans, environmental assessments, are we incorporating and converging with this reporting? And, security exchanges are now demanding that these risks are in reports to investors. And how can we incorporate this in our reporting in terms of resources and reserves? And, ESG has to have a specific purpose. It's not just data dumping, universal sustainability reporting. It has to be very specific to mineral resources and mineral reserves. In terms of the key themes that were identified and looked at, ESG integration needs to be practical and manageable. We don't want information that's marginal or of little interest to the investor. They need to be able to make informed decisions on investment based on information that is included. And that's why it's always important to keep stakeholders in the back of your mind when you're busy with this reporting. What do these investors or what do the end users want in terms of this in the reports? And it's important to note that ESG commitments made by public companies are obligations. It's we need to avoid the lip service and the greenwashing. These are obligations that we will be held accountable for. There was a need for us, and this was quite a big ask from multiple sort of sides in the industry and the people that we spoke to, was that we define the ESG factors, which ones need to be assessed, and how we apply it to the modifying factors. A lot of this work has already happened and happening in companies, but putting it on paper and providing guidance for CPs just gives them a bit more comfort, I think. Financial models need to account for material commitments and factors. This we know already, and that will be discussed in the SAMVAL component. And then in terms of CPD, it could be an opportunity to elevate people's awareness of ESG. Where previously we may not have been exposed to it, and it's sort of not in our expertise naturally, or something that we deal with every day. But it's important that people are aware of it and how it affects their project ultimately. In terms of investors, Charlene had a great slide up there in terms of the core elements. But from discussions we've had at this stage, the top three being decarbonization, diversity, inclusion, and environmental stewardships. And then the others, community, water, health and safety, governance, and risk were other ones that had come up. So in terms of materiality, which is key to this process, the bottom line is that we need to always consider materiality, risk, and transparency, and what types of questions can we ask ourselves, so that we don't get too bogged down in the detail, and we only focus on the risks that are material to the project or the mine, or whatever it is that you're assessing. So these are just some questions you can ask at the beginning or all stages essentially of your operation, that could then give you ideas of the risks and things to look for. And just framing essentially what information is needed for the end user, and what we need to focus on here. So things like what could stop the project, what can materially impact the value proposition. Company reputation is very important. Risk profile, the ability to execute as planned, is it possible? And how can a project be set up for success if at that stage, or sustain your operations that are currently going, by proactively managing your ESG operations and risks. And this allows you then, as I mentioned, not to include too much information or get too bogged down in information that is of little interest to the stakeholders. And by doing this, we then allow an integrated, collaborative, and inclusive process to the ESG factors and risk. It allows us to incorporate all of this from a beginning stage, where you can identify the risks early and handle them through the life cycle of your project. In terms of the key focus that we picked up from discussions that we'd had, it was a requirement that there was some guidance for all phases, from exploration through to new mines, through to closure, in terms of what should be assessed, what is mandatory, and what would then be leading practice. So it was guidance on, all the topics that could be covered in the ES and G space. That was a requirement by one of the top requirements in terms of the hot topics. And there was also a request that we avoid a tick box approach or a checklist, and that there is some procedure included in the guidance, but that the guidance is not too specific. If it becomes too specific, you can then get bogged down in detail that may not necessarily be related to your project or at the stage you are in your life cycle. And again, it needs to be value add and digestible to the end user, with a focus on materiality and risk, because if you focus on these two components, you will focus on, what is relevant to you or your project, and not have to overexpand the factors. And then another practical direction that we needed to look at is, how do we incorporate ESG into RPEE factors and modifying factors? What needs to be incorporated in those particular items? And in terms of the ESG disclosures, it's important that we differentiate as well the level of detail. So, you may have your annual reports, which would not necessarily have as much detail. And then you have your more detailed CPRs, where you could go into more detail in terms of your CPR reports. And then clarity in terms of the G for governance. How do you quantify these things? And what does it mean for mineral resource and reserve reporting? How do we incorporate these into the modifying factors if it's difficult to quantify these? So, these are some of the topics that we have addressed and discussed. And in terms of the if not, why not that does the rounds in all reporting. So it's important that, again, we keep this in mind when we come to ESG. And then we look at the role of SAM ESG in relation to mineral reporting versus other sustainability reporting that's happening in the company. We need to ensure that there's consistency between company reports, that there's no disconnects, that they flow nicely, and also to ensure that there's convergence and no duplication. There's no point in rewriting your whole EMPR in your mineral resource report if no one's going to read it, or the end user has no use for it, or can just go to that public report. And it's important that the information that we include is clear, concise, and relevant, and not too onerous, as I mentioned. These reports are already huge, and we don't want an unnatural expansion just to include the ESG. And as I mentioned, what does a materiality assessment look like in terms of ESG? So, there was a need for us to frame that and have a look at, possible things we can look at and how we would do that. And it's important, as I mentioned, that the modifications to the SAMCODES what is future-proof, and as I mentioned, the best of breed reporting code, so that as the need changes and we make updates, that it's future-proof, that it's still relevant in the future and years to come. And that's why, we've identified that the SAM ESG guideline is a vehicle for these updates when required, without having to change the codes. So there's a fine balance there, what to include in the codes themselves versus the guideline, and that's something that as a committee we've extensively discussed. So as I mentioned, these stakeholder mapping outcomes have been wired into our modifications, so that we meet the expectations and end user requirements of all our stakeholders across the industry. So it was a very important exercise. There was a paper written on it so that all our learnings and findings are captured. And it was very interesting to speak to everybody and just see what their requirements are and their needs and wants. So it's good that, we keep these in mind, we refresh these as required, as new things come up. But that was just in a nutshell what we had done right at the beginning of this process, just to ensure that we capture all this information. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nicole. There's one question here in the chat room. Well, I see the second one now. Can a mining company be penalized for being too optimistic regarding RPEE if certain ESG factors cannot be controlled?
That's a tricky one. I think, we had a discussion on something similar, and I think if you're disclosing those risks and you have some plan in terms of the mitigation of that risk, in terms of your RPEE, I don't know that you can be penalized for it, but auditors will check these things. It will be picked up if there are significant challenges. As I'm not too sure what your example would maybe be in the question, but in terms of a codes perspective, the SAMCODES, as far as I know, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, there has not been sort of any action taken or anybody that has been taken to task for false reporting or anything like that. But I think if you disclose the information in your reporting, you discuss the risk, you ensure that it's included, I wouldn't imagine that you would be penalized for that. As long as you're transparent about what it is that the issues are, I'm sure that would be good enough.
Thanks, Nicole. And you've got a thumbs up for that one. And one more, it says, are mining companies entirely transparent to their stakeholders about their reserve and resource reporting?
That's an open-ended question. And I suppose you would hope that the CP would take that responsibility on and feel that they're accountable for what they release to the markets. And, now with incorporating the ESG, as CPs, we need to be able to stand up to our peers and say, we've done the necessary due diligence. We've ensured that we've covered all the risks, and that, we can defend our numbers across the board in terms of all the, and that's where things like audits are important, and, both internal and external, just to do a sense check and make sure that you know what you're reporting is in fact what you have on the ground.
Okay, thanks very much, Nicole. Teresa has 20 years experience as an ESG professional and currently works for SRK in the UK office. Originally as a geologist, she moved into the environmental field, gaining experience and further qualifications in environmental science, law, and policy. She is the founding member and current chair of the SAMCODES committee, as well as the SAMCODES ESG representative on the CRISCO ESG subcommittee. She also chairs the CRISCO ESG working group, which is the delivery arm of the subcommittee. So she's very well placed to tell us what are ESG definitions. Over to you, Teresa.
Great, thanks, Andy. Morning, everybody. Hopefully my presentation's there. Okay, so what we wanted to cover today, and previous speakers have sort of alluded to it, about the need for ESG definitions. And I'm coming at it from multiple perspectives. The first one, if we look at it from an objective lens through the reporting codes themselves. So our reporting codes are aligned with the CRISCO template, and the CRISCO template is based on a set of standard definitions. And CRISCO requires that each of the national or regional reporting codes use the same definitions in all of their codes to try to ensure alignment and consistency and comparability of reports from one jurisdiction to another. Ultimately, all of this supports the provision of information that's necessary for investors to make a reasoned and balanced judgment on disclosures that are contained in the public reports. And ESG, with the conversations around integrating ESG into the codes, also drawing on the feedback that Nicole's just given us from the SAMCODES specific stakeholder engagement that was undertaken, there's a need to ensure that there's clarity on definitions incorporated into the work that we're doing as part of integration into the codes. One of the earliest challenges that we faced was that whilst the concept of ESG is mainstream news, Charlene explained how we see this in our daily lives, from professional and personal experiences, watching the news, looking on websites. The challenge is that there is no one standard definition of environmental, social, and governance considerations that apply universally in all contexts, because ESG is approached through different lenses, depending on the industry that you're in, what activity you're undertaking, what the contextual drivers are for each of the environmental, social, and governance umbrella items, wherever a project or an activity may be undertaken. So what we did was to try and even, sorry, a further point to make is that even companies operating within the same sector have their own slightly different versions of ESG definitions. So you can go from one mining company to another, listen to their conversations in a boardroom, and the elements that are covered under the E, the S, and the G are slightly different. So we were then faced with the challenge of saying, well, what does this mean in the world of mineral reporting? Because although we have environmental and social covered in the modifying factors, what does that actually mean for particularly what we're trying to achieve here in terms of trying to unify and standardize disclosures in public reports? We found that there were not any standard definitions that we could universally draw from. We looked at different mineral reporting codes, what was happening in that landscape. We also drew on definitions from the sustainability reporting landscape, recognizing, of course, that ESG integration into the reporting codes is in this area of overlap between sustainability reporting and mineral reporting. And even in those areas, we found that there was often lists of topics that may be relevant under those headings. There weren't necessarily succinct, clear definitions. And so we then had to try and come up with something that we felt was relevant, appropriate and applicable to the scope of what we're trying to achieve. And the reason I'm focusing today in this presentation on the conversations that have been happening in the Crisco world is because as a SAMCODES ESG working committee, we have been looking closely at what's been happening at Crisco, with obviously being a Crisco code within SAMCODES. We're trying to understand what's happening in that landscape and align it where we can to ultimately what we would like to achieve. So the Crisco journey has also been going on for the last couple of years. It started with an initial high-level overview of what is ESG at the October AGM of Crisco, which was all virtual, of course, during COVID. And that sort of triggered the conversation on ESG integration and definitions. A year later, there was a robust discussion and debate at the subsequent AGM. And following on from that was the request from Crisco to create an ESG subcommittee. That subcommittee first met in November of 2021, and it commissioned a survey to get a sense of where the other reporting codes are in terms of their ESG integration journey, and also specifically asked the question as to whether or not ESG definitions would be required. The result was a resounding yes, we need definitions, and so work then proceeded to unpack and define what we might mean by ES and G in the context of mineral reporting. And there's a set of draft definitions that are in circulation with the various NROs at the moment, and comments are currently being requested to be submitted to Crisco on the definitions that you'll see in this presentation. So we then had a number of challenges as part of not only realizing that there are not standard definitions that we could easily draw on, but challenges in trying to find what those might mean, what the acceptability might be of defining environmental and social within the concept of mineral reporting. And one of the questions that we've had multiple debates on is, well, why are you defining environmental and social? Because they're already modifying factors. The rest of the modifying factors haven't been defined. Why is environmental and social so important? Recognizing what Nicole mentioned, that what we want to do with ESG integration into the codes is elevate ESG, but not elevate it above the other modifying factors. So immediately there's a difference and a distinction there, which remains a subject of conversation. We've then had numerous discussions around governance versus governmental, and should the modifying factors definition be changed to refer to just governance or both governance and governmental. Again, that's still subject to conversation, and ultimately the Crisco ESG working group will probably make a recommendation one way or another once we get to figure out which way we want to go. Probably the biggest challenge has been around what do we mean by governance, because there's been multiple views around whether or not governance in and of itself is something within the purview of a competent person. It's typically the matters under the governance umbrella, if you look up a standard definition of corporate governance, are matters that are typically managed by a board of directors and not the competent person preparing a public report. So is it even appropriate to be talking about governance in the context of mineral reporting? If we include these definitions and subsequent recommendations on changes to the Crisco template, are we not overburdening the competent person who already has multiple factors to consider? And given that environmental and social in particular are already part of the modifying factors, are we not overemphasizing these and burdening the competent person beyond what is reasonable? The other conversation has been the fact that the existence of the codes is a good governance example in and of itself, because it sets standard definitions, standardizes processes on reporting of mineral resources and mineral reserves. So is that enough? Do we need to articulate anything further because we've already got the codes? Again, these are all, it's all conversations that remain ongoing. I think some of them we've gained momentum and we're moving forward. And the ultimate proof will be in the changes that get adapted and adopted and implemented by the various codes as each of the codes works to integrate ESG. I'm not going to read through these definitions in detail because they're quite long and involved, but I want to pick up some of the salient points through each of them as part of highlighting some of the considerations and the further conversations that we've had in discussing the definitions. The first one, in terms of unpacking what environment, social, and governance actually means, we recognize that they are distinct disciplines, but it's the overlap and the interface with them that drives risks and opportunities. At a high level, we also are very aware of how the underlying management approach, the underlying concept, the underlying framework that supports the ESG landscape and many of the frameworks and standards that exist internationally is the human rights lens. And so we wanted to make sure that we particularly highlighted that as part of our definitions. With respect to the term environment, we've specifically used the term the surroundings in which a property exists. Oh, sorry, I've got a tickle. We had multiple debates around whether it should be a project or a property. And we ultimately aligned on the word property because it's the physical boundaries within which you will be defining your mineral resource or mineral reserve. But those properties have fixed GPS coordinates, a fixed position in the landscape, and that is what drives the context, which will ultimately influence the project. We've also recognized the importance of climate change and understanding what the climate how it could impact the project and how the project could adapt to climate change going forward. Critically important to those of us who come from an environmental and social background is this concept of zone of influence. In this case, we've intentionally used the plural zones of influence because different elements of the environment and just different aspects of the social environment can overlap to create multiple zones of influence. When it comes to social, and we've got this view of engagement running through all of the definitions, because understanding the nature of this issue specific to a project relies on constructive and effective engagement with stakeholders who are involved in that area. Particularly important again in the social landscape is considering that social impacts may be felt by people who are geographically removed from the property. For example, where you've got people living remotely or families living remotely and people are traveling to where the mines are located. There's a significant economic impact where the families live, both positive or negative. In terms of governance, we've taken quite a broad brush approach and said that it is the leadership, the policy, the strategies, the systems aimed at driving compliant and ethical business practices in the pursuit of sustainable development. What we are trying to achieve and what we hope to achieve well is a distinction between areas of governance where a board of directors may have sole responsibility and which is outside the possible influence of the competent person, but then also recognizing that many corporate governance requirements are implemented at a project level, and those could reasonably be expected to be considered by the competent person in the public report. So where to from here? These definitions are out for comment from all the NROs, and Crisco is requesting feedback by the end of August. If anyone on this webinar would like to send comment, please feel free to do so either to Andy or myself, and we'll integrate it into the overarching SAMCODES response. From a Crisco perspective, there'll be recommendations to the template. From a SAMCODES perspective, we need to have the conversation to say, are we adopting whatever the Crisco definitions end up being as they are, or do we need to make tweaks to make it more applicable to the South African context? And there'll be a round of peer review, consultation and review for the definitions in general, both from a CRISCO and from a SAMCODES perspective, as we progress further. I'm happy to take any questions at the moment.
Thanks, Teresa, for that. There is a question here. In the case of rivers and groundwater, how would one account for the flow of harmful chemicals 500 kilometers away from the operation in terms of zone of influence?
So it's a very useful question and a very useful example, because rivers are vectors of transporting pollution. Typically, each catchment would have water quality objectives, or there would be legal limits that mandate the quality of potential discharges or into these systems. But if there is a clear link between an impact that is caused by a particular project and the quality of water 500 kilometers downstream can still be directly linked to that project, then there would be an expectation that the particular mine, takes accountability for it. The challenge comes when you have such a long distance of 500 kilometers. There's probably going to be multiple contributors to influencing the water quality all along that trajectory. So the important thing is to understand the extent to which the mine can reasonably be held responsible, and ensuring that the remediation costs or the compliance costs are adequately considered by the mine. And then if we look through the lens of mineral reporting and mineral project valuation, those costs are integrated into the financial models and accounted for correctly. And then there's, in terms of the overall cleanup, that becomes a little bit more complicated. But you need to be clear on what your accountability is and what your impacts are. And if you have a demonstrated and clear link in quality impact in the waters 500 kilometers downstream, then that's the extent of your zone of influence insofar as water is concerned. For dust emissions, it may be 3 kilometers around the site. For noise, it may be 1 kilometer around the site. And that's why we've mentioned zones of influence, because each of the environmental factors will have a slightly different delineation because of the way that the environment functions.
Thanks, Afiso. Okay, so I was part of the working group that had a look at specifically the SAMREC code, and you would have seen in the program that we have the specific working groups for the different components, being the SAMREC code, Table 1 itself, and then the SAMVAL, and then the guidelines. So the 4 components are separate. So we haven't, as Andy mentioned, we've sent the first draft onto the committee heads at this stage, and that's how far we've gotten with that before they will be circulated to the committees for comment. So I'm not going to be presenting specific examples. I'm just going to take you through, the focus points we had as a working group, things we discussed and landed on. And things we had to consider when looking at how we update the codes. Okay. So in terms of the focus points, so the first piece of work that we undertook was to compile a new subsection that we inserted into the SAMREC code. In the same vein as the diamonds and the coals, well, more so the diamonds into the current SAMREC code, that deals with the disclosure of the ESG parameters and modifying factors when reporting at all the different phases, exploration, resource, and reserve. And in that particular section, it was important that we cross-reference the SAM ESG guideline in appropriate clauses. And it was also important that across all the different codes and components, we use the same language. Teresa's already taken us through the definitions, which was, one of the starting points to understand exactly what the definitions of those 3 things were and how we then incorporated into the guidance and the modifying factors. And what we set out to do with this section was looking at the minimum disclosure of information to be reported for ESG specifically in the SAMREC code itself, and then have a bit more detail, as I mentioned, the SAM ESG guideline being the vehicle for more of the detail and the more detailed guidance in terms of what to look at and understand. And at all times, as I mentioned, that landscape and stakeholder mapping report was in the back of our minds to take those key learnings and the themes and the topics and ensure that we incorporate them all in a way that stakeholders indicated us, those were the needs, and are those needs being met with the work that we were doing. And another sort of focus point and what stakeholders had asked right from the beginning was that we do not make the disclosure process too onerous on the CPs. As I mentioned, there's also a myriad of reports that the CPs have to put together, different levels of reports from your annual reporting to your more detailed CPR or TRSs if you're dual listed. So we didn't want to make it too onerous on the CPs. And importantly, duplication was a big topic that always came up. We want to avoid duplication. We know that the ESG component will not be standalone. The SAM-ESG guideline will be there for context descriptions. And we have written cross-references into the code to make it easier for users then to understand what it is, that they need and to prevent any duplication. We also want to avoid data dumps. We don't want people to just copy and paste. We need people to understand what is material and relevant to their particular operational project and how they incorporate that into their reporting. Again, avoid a tick box or a checklist exercise. We could not be too specific. We need to give guidance, yes, but not too specific. Another challenge that raises is, these reports will go to the JSE for approval and possibly incorporation into the Section 12 rules at a later stage. And if you get too specific, it just means, as I mentioned, it becomes too onerous on the CP to include things that may not necessarily be relevant or material to their particular project that they're assessing. So at the end of the day, it must add value. You need to keep your end user in mind here. And as I mentioned in the chat on one of the questions is we will at all stages encourage referencing of existing public documents, if any, to ensure that there's, number one, congruence between those reports, that there's no disconnects across company reports, that you're not saying X and they're saying Y, as well as there's no duplication for existing documents that already are out in the public domain. We don't want it to be a data dump or a copy-paste exercise. And ultimately, as I mentioned, the crux must be that we generate practical guidelines for CPs, how to incorporate ESG in reporting for both CPRs and the annual reports, the different level of reports, and what are the different risks and material aspects to look at in those particular reports. In terms of the key components we looked at when addressing the section in terms of SAMREC, we needed to carefully consider what do we include, maintain the correct balance between minimum disclosure and guidance and the distinction between those two, which is important. And then, as I mentioned, aligning with the rest of the code itself, keeping the flow in the document, the same language, ensuring that it keeps the message behind the SAMREC code relevant. And as I mentioned, and everybody else has mentioned, materiality at this stage is fundamental. It's a theme that becomes crucial. And it's important that the CP understands the material risks, or if there are any fatal flaws in the ability of the company to execute, whether it's an exploration program, a life of mine plan, or any stage of the operations closure, etc. And the determination of the materiality will depend on many factors, and we will give guidance on the factors that can be considered. Not an exhaustive list, as I mentioned. The SAM-ESG guideline will have a bit more detail on that. Just in terms of the layout of the code and things that we addressed and suggestions and how we've approached it, is that as I mentioned, there has to be flow throughout the code. And one of the things that we found adds the most value in terms of the current practice is that you have descriptive text and then you have the gray guidance box. So we've stuck with that and taken it through the section that we've written. There's also been updates in the front sections of the code to incorporate ESG in terms of the definitions, the glossary, and any of the front sections by incorporating the ESG and guidance. And we are still busy with that and refining those particular items of text. So we recognize that trying to separate out ESG themes into exploration, mineral resources, and mineral reserves may be difficult. And why I say that is typically, from an ESG perspective, you may have one item that is common across phases. So you could, you would need to incorporate that in all three the different phases, or do you only address it in the one? How do you get that balance between the different phases of your project? And by doing so, there may be risk of repetition, and that may then contradict the structure of describing it under the different headlines. You don't want to repeat it 3 times over in your reporting, or twice. It's not necessary. But as I mentioned, we feel it's still useful to have clear indications on the focus during each of the phases. And once you understand that focus, you can then go to the guideline, which will then give further guidance in terms of the different phases and, focus points within resources and reserve reporting and exploration. Another topic that came up that Mike raised as well is in terms of competence and responsibility. Who's responsible for what ultimately? In many and pretty much, most cases, the CP will review information, assess synthesize by an SME. And the SME has the knowledge and expertise in the relevant aspects. They would then advise the CP. However, the CP, as I mentioned, needs to face their peers and show with competence that they've applied the ESG information in their disclosures, and that they've applied it realistically across the life cycle of their projects. So in terms of how you assess the materiality of the risks, we looked at a risk approach, and it's something that we will propose. Is that, right at the beginning stages, you clearly identify and describe your ESG risks and the material fundamental ones. And some of them are difficult to, assess quantitatively, as we mentioned, particularly governance aspects. Governance aspects are a difficult one. And typically the governance aspects are already dealt with in public reports. So it would be, a necessary cross-reference there. You wouldn't have to necessarily go into too much detail if you don't believe it's a risk. And ultimately, the CP just needs to give clarity on these risks. There needs to be the transparency, which is a theme obviously common to the SAMCODES. Risk assessments are always useful at all the project phases. And if done early, you can identify many of the risks at the early stages and take them through and deal with them as you need. And you can then determine which of the factors are material and which you believe should be included in your public reporting. In terms of the review components of the code, as mentioned by Andy, the comment here is the respective committees are the custodians of these codes. So any changes that we're proposing as a committee are recommendations at this stage until they are accepted. We're looking at various review points, which Andy has already shown you, for proper review, multiple disciplinary reviews. And we have added some ESG components on those meeting agendas in terms of the committee. So they are discussed every quarter when the committees meet to keep it relevant, to keep those committees up to date with where we are in the process. And the suggestion that we had at this stage is the SAMRA committee may want to incorporate additional changes to the codes that they maybe haven't had the opportunity to take this opportunity to do it now, so that it all happens at the same time. And as I mentioned, the JSE would also need to accept the changes to the codes and potentially at a later stage incorporate these into the rules. So just another exercise that we embarked on, and it's quite key in the terms of sort of project management, is we looked at, what would be the barriers to completion and implementation of incorporating the ESG and integrating it within the SAMRA code. And it was important that we looked at a strategy to enable, that we're effective and that we can complete this task. So things we looked at are the potential barriers, and I've got quite a list here, but I will just go through them sort of briefly. In terms of ESG integration being too lofty, that's the risk we run into. It's important that the guidance that we give is clear, practical, and achievable. Achievable being, in bold highlight. Mixed messaging, as I mentioned, we're on the committee's agendas, so giving them feedback, constantly letting them know, giving them review. It's important that to keep ourselves relevant. In terms of lack of momentum, it's been a bit of a difficult process in the sense that you would understand that some work streams happen before others can happen in parallel. So it's just working out, in terms of the timing, how we get that right to keep the momentum. In terms of unrealistic expectations, as you may appreciate, there's a huge range of topics we need to cover. We need to try and incorporate this all into the guidance. And at the end of the day, we need to keep in mind the reporting capacity and the capabilities. Is it realistic? Is it achievable? The scope expansion, we need to look at the must-haves versus the nice-to-haves, and that's quite important to keep in the back of our minds. And as I mentioned, allocating guidance and requirements, across the different sections of the codes, as well as then in the guideline, how we make that congruent, moving from one to the other, speaking the same language. The mining industry resistance to change, we will need to look at readiness assessments. Are these things already being incorporated? Is it new to some companies? These are assessments we will have to make. Lack of change management speaks to itself. And then, as I mentioned, the JSE's alignment to an adoption of this modified SAMREC code. They may turn around and say that, they're not going to incorporate this. So these are things we have to keep in the back of our minds. And they're looking at, ensuring it remains a reporting code versus an ESG management tool, avoiding the checklist tick box exercise and making sure that the minimum standards are covered over there. And then, as I mentioned, over amplifying the ESG modifying factors, not to overshadow the others, and look at balanced reporting to ensure that all the important factors are considered. So at the end of the day, we have to embrace that there will potentially be barriers, and we need to keep those things in the back of our mind. And if we want to have the guideline be clear, concise, and we need to ensure that we have an implementation and an adoption plan as well that's thought through to avoid these barriers that I mentioned. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for that. Next up is Maria Antoniades, who will be talking around the incorporation of the ESG considerations into SAMREC Table 1. Just a bit about Maria. She holds an honors in geology and completed a master's recently in environmental sciences. For over a decade, she's been in consulting, undertaking assessments of mineral projects across a variety of development stages, commodities, countries, and geological terrains. She's an integral part of MINEXCON and exec committee, assessing geologies, identifying target areas, GIS analysis, and coordinating projects. She's got extensive experience in compiling technical reports compliant with the various regulatory bodies and reporting codes in respective jurisdictions globally. A role includes the assessment of ESG considerations for mineral projects, and she's also part of the project valuation team, undertaking commodity market assessments and historic cost and market approach valuations. And with that, please take it over, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sifiso. Good morning, everybody. I apologize if my video is a little bit black on my face at the moment. I've got the joy of the winter sun warming my back, but I do realize it's not great for video, so apologies for that. All right, so I'll be talking about the SAMREC Table 1, and really what you'll see here is a culmination of a lot of topics and themes that have come through across the various presentations this morning, being presented in this presentation as well. So to start off, I just want to, I'm not going to check the chats because I don't have easy access to it, but just in your own mind, I just want everybody to think, what do they consider to be table 1? What is it and what does it mean? So I'll just give you a few seconds and then I'll just go into a bit of a discussion about exactly what it is. All right, so I did this exercise with a number of my peers, and sort of first impressions that feedback that they gave me was table 1 is a checklist, table 1 is a table of contents for a CPR, table 1 is minimum guidelines that should be used when compiling a competent persons report or other such report. What the SAMRIC code really says is that it provides a list of main criteria that must be considered and reported upon when reporting exploration results, resources, and reserves. So what the table 1 really does, it should be providing a guidance to the CP or to the authors for the minimum considerations that they should be thinking of and parameters that they should be including in their report. So it could be seen as a checklist, but more should be adopted as a guidance when compiling reporting. Further, table 1 guidance as provided in the SAMRIC code, a very, very critical item is that every item should be considered, and if an item perhaps is not applicable or appropriate to a project, and if not, why not basis should be implemented. And what that really does is it ensures that it's very clear to an investor or any stakeholder reading the report to show that the items have been considered and are deemed of low consequence or not yet addressed or resolved. So what it is, it really improves the transparency of a report. It makes it very clear to the reader that the CP or the author is competent in assessing the mineral asset as a whole, and that also all items have been considered by the CP. And this really comes back to the whole principles of the SAMCODES, which is the principles of the transparency, materiality, and competence. All right, so in updating the ESG factors into the table 1, what we've really tried to do is keep this golden thread going throughout all the processes. And that's why you'll see quite a lot of overlap with what has been said this morning already. So key items that we have considered when we were doing the update is, first of all, the requirements of the investment community. We're all very much aware that ESG is becoming a very hot topic. It's not just a hot topic, it drives a lot of investment decisions at the moment. So what do investors need to see? What is material? What is very important? And what are they looking for before they put their money into something? We were also looking at what the regulatory bodies would accept. So the JSE, for example, so how the SAMCODES are set out, it has been through multiple processes across many years to ensure that it does meet the requirements of the JSE and other regulatory bodies. We were also looking at the format. What format should we be updating table 1? If we've got the opportunity today to update table 1, should we be adopting a completely different format? So we looked at the Crisco format, we had a look at JORC was doing it, and ultimately it was decided for various reasons to stick with our own SAMRIC table 1 style. All right. Very, very, very critically, in our update, we looked at what the outcomes of the stakeholder mapping was. So the previous presentation that chatted about that really embodied so many critical factors that we absolutely had to bring into the table 1. Because table 1 is being used as this checklist, or rather as the guidance, it was absolutely crucial that all of these items were specifically addressed in the table 1. All right. We were looking at the application of ESG factors as modifying factors. Of course, the environmental, social governance factors are considered as modifying factors, and maybe just expanding on that a bit in this update. We very, very in-length discussed the level of detail that was required for the table 1. So because we were listing new items or perhaps providing clarity on the items required in the ESG fields, the whole discussions and debates were about the practicality and materiality, which has been a focus. I think Nicole really emphasized that as well. What is practical? What is material to the mineral project? We really did not want to overinflate a CPR, so not provide too many triggers that the CPR becomes a a duplication of any other report, like a sustainability report. It's really keeping to the main principles that we need to see, or that the investment community needs to see, and that the CP should be addressing. So the level of detail required is really presented as more of a summary, and of course adopting the if not, why not principle as well. All right, and then of course we had to align the table 1 and all the changes with everything else that has been changed in the SAMCODES. That applies to the definitions. The definitions apply to table 1. In the same sentiment as well, the table 1 relies on the CP referring back to the guidances of the actual SAM Rec code, the SAMDAL code, and the SAMSG guideline as well. All right, the key objectives of expanding the ESG items in table 1. So it's really to provide guidance on ESG topics. So currently what we're seeing is that there may be consideration of certain topics, but maybe not further consideration of and application of considering those aspects as how they impact the mineral asset and the value of the mineral asset as well later down the line. A very big objective was to trigger additional considerations for the CP to think about that may be material to the mineral asset. So for example, they may not have considered the social license to operate. Previously, maybe perhaps there was not as much emphasis on it. But I see in a lot of the comments as well in the chats today, there's a lot of people that, a lot of unique cases that have come up. And so what we've tried to do is to align the wording in the table 1 and the requirements that must be presented to the CP to be inclusive of all sorts of different sentiments that may be very, very project specific. A major thing that we did want to try put through with the revisions is to promote integrated thinking. So we really don't want, or the SAMCODES don't, the intention of the table 1 in the SAMCODES is not to have a checklist exercise. So just a yes, no, if not, why not, etc. It's really to think about what these ESG factors really mean to the mineral project. How is it really going to impact it? Okay, sure, do they need this license? What is the impact of not having that license? Is it going to impact the actual mineral assets and the mineral resources and the mineral reserves? All right, it's ready to promote also balanced reporting. And sorry, that's a key theme throughout all the SAMCODES already. And really, as we've said before, is to add value to the end user. So from the stakeholder mapping presentation, we said that we saw that ESG integration is needed to provide an overriding framework to guidance to CPs, subject matter experts, consultants, and others on minimum compliance and disclosure of material ESG factors to enable investors to make informed decisions. And table 1 is a fantastic platform for this because it is being used as a checklist or a guidance document. It should guide the authors of the reports to consider the mineral asset in a far more holistic manner. So how does everything integrate, and not just to separate? So if a mineral resource expert and perhaps a metallurgist work together to look at the ESG aspects as a whole and to pull it in together in a very holistic manner and present that completely and transparently to the end user of the documents. All right, so ESG actually already exists in table 1 in numerous occasions. It occurs in property description, where it calls for description, for example, of the climate, the fauna, the flora, the topography. It comes up in the location, access to the property, proximity to centers, and access to sort of populations, centers and services. Comes up in legal aspects and permitting, very, very important. In royalties, liabilities, there's an entire section in the mineral resource and mineral reserves portion that calls for environmental and social items to be considered as well. And then, of course, scattered throughout various portions is modifying factors as well. And ESG, of course, relates very, very integrally into those. So basically the revisions on the already existing ESG items in the table 1. Okay, so we did look at the structure of the table 1. We looked at the contents. We looked at how it's interpreted and how it's actually applied in current reports. So we wanted to provide a practical direction on how the ESG matters should be incorporated into determining RPEEE as well as modifying factors. we wanted to have a very logical and coherent grouping of topics. So what you'll see when the Table 1 is released to the public, after it's gone through all the reviews by the SAMCODES committees, is that it has maybe been shifted a little bit around because we had seen a lot of repetition across the different topics in the Table 1 that's repeated the same things. So we just rearranged a little bit, grouped them a little bit more logically, and also to the reader to far more logically understand how everything fits together. We also aligned all the definitions, as I mentioned earlier. So the definitions that Teresa has spoken about as well. Very important to have the same definitions across the SAMCODES, and then of course relying on the CP to refer back to the SAM ESG guideline, as well as the SAMRO code for further guidances that are presented in those codes. All right, we considered additional specific criteria for consideration. So what the current Table 1 is considered a little bit high level for the manner in which the ESG space is evolving in industry. So we expanded just a little bit to provide more specific criteria and really to trigger that the thought process behind the author and behind the CP to consider a very holistic approach to interpreting the different criteria for the project. All right, of course, embracing the if not and why not principle. So guidance is provided. If it's not applicable, you apply the why not description of it. Of course, we try to promote consistency between reporting, as well as clear, concise and relevant reporting that is not onerous and voluminous. So not duplicating entire sustainability reports, not duplicating any other kind of reporting, but rather providing the very critical aspects that a CP should be considering when reporting on exploration results, mineral resources and mineral reserves. Of course, as we said earlier before as well, we really try to future-proof the requirements. So the way in which that we have discussed the different or presented the different criteria for consideration by the CP has been titled in such a way or worded in such a way that it can be used for an extended period of time and long into the future and will not require many adjustments, if any. So using the same sort of terminology that is being used across the world today. All right, again, as I said, I'm referring back to the SAM ESG guideline if expanded guidance is required. So we do understand, and I know that comments have come up in the comment section of in the chats today, that what should you be looking at, what should you be doing, who should be signing off on these things. So any sort of queries like that, the CP is welcome to refer to the guideline for additional guidance, and that it is quite expanded there. And again, the focus really is on materiality, risk, mitigation, and value at risk. And this comes in very much to what Prof. Solomon said earlier this morning is, looking at the mining risk. And the Table 1 provides such a good basis for evaluating projects from that standpoint. So some examples that I can give you of what we've done, for example, is previously, as I mentioned in Prop C description, it only called for description of fauna, vegetation, and topography. What we're trying to do now is make that a lot more meaningful. It's very nice to say that a project occurs where in a Fynbos area. Okay, so what is the impact of that? And what the Table 1 doesn't specifically list at the moment is that the CP should be considering that. It might allude to it, but it doesn't in black and white call for that. So what we've tried to do is make a far more meaningful integration of all the different topics. So looking at everything from sort of baseline environmental or ESG considerations through to the impact that the mineral asset or the proposed operation or even current operation or future mine closure, what will that have on the environment, and vice versa as well. And that's basically the whole basis of the Table 1. The expansion of the ESG factors is really meant to be a refinement to supplement informed and very, very cohesive reporting. And I'm happy to discuss any queries or questions that anybody might have.
Thanks, Maria. So I'll start with the lady and introduce Kelly. Redman. She's a mining economist with 30 years experience in the mining industry, geology, mining economics, project management, corporate finance, M&A, and investment banking. She's worked internationally in various companies over the years. She's currently director at XBT Corporate Services, and she is a past chair of the SAMVEL committee. And the next speaker is Andrew McDonald, who is actually the current chairperson of the SAMCODES Standards Committee, SSC, who opened this event earlier on. He's got almost 50 years experience in a range of activities in mining and light industrial activities, including mineral exploration, applied rock mechanics, research, and mining consulting. He has been doing mineral asset valuations and public reporting for stock exchanges for more than 20 years. And he has previously served on the SAMVEL working group for more than 10 years before becoming the current chair of the SSC. With that, please share your screen, Andy, and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Safisa. I'll do that now. Okay, good afternoon. Well, it's still morning. Good morning, everybody. Talking about the integration of ESG factors into the SAMVEL code. One of the things that we have considered, well, the things we've considered in the process of doing that is that we've not limited ESG language just to the table 1, which sets out the contents of a valuation report. We've taken the process of weaving the ESG language throughout the code for various reasons. So it's to maintain awareness for the competent valuator, to consider ESG factors in the valuation process, emphasize the importance of material ESG factors which may affect value and that these have been disclosed, awareness of the minimum ESG disclosure appropriate for each stage of development, and as said before, from exploration right through to closure, and provide limited guidance regarding ESG disclosure, referring the competent valuator to the guideline for more detail. The SAMVEL code at the moment has a scant reference to exploration properties and tends to focus mostly on resources and reserves. So that's a recommendation to be putting in there as well. And the replacement of the term technical experts with subject matter experts to cover the range of skills that will be required in the future, as spelt out by Mike Solomon and others talking before me. And the important thing is that whatever we do at the moment, in terms of incorporating ESG parameters or factors into and language into the codes, are all recommendations at this stage. They have to go to the code committees for evaluation. Once they've finished with that and got the codes to a point where they can then make them available for the public comment, and after that, any comments addressed, it still has to go through approval by the Financial Services Board and ultimately by the JSE before it becomes mandatory. So there's still some track down the way before we will get to these things being implemented. Some of the examples of the ESG speak that we are looking at recommending gets included. So right up front, in the very first paragraph of the SAMVEL code says, this version of the code incorporates consideration of ESG factors which are relevant to the valuation of mineral assets. And then we go on, ESG disclosure requirements with further guidance provided in the SAMES guideline. And the CV should consider the influence of ESG factors on the valuation of mineral assets as described in the code in table 1. And the CV shall be able to assess the completeness and sufficiency of disclosure provided by CPs and or SMEs with respect to technical inputs and ESG factors. Now, it was pointed out to me by my co-author that in fact, the SAMVEL code allows the report to be based on any CRISCO, JORC, NI 43101 or other equivalent code that satisfies the CRISCO requirement, so that the resource reserve reporting is not necessary on just the SAMREC code. So the statement as written, then provides a little bit of a disconnect. So in this instance, we cannot then necessarily rely on ESG requirements per SAMREC and may have to include more discussion around what minimum ESG requirements would be required into the SAMVEL code. Some other examples. the impact of ESG factors related to decommissioning, closure, and post-closure on the derived value of mineral assets should be shown in a transparent and unambiguous way. And the cost of immediate closure versus the end of life of mine closure should be considered in monetary terms at the effective date of the valuation report. And that's what we always do with the valuation report, we state what is the effective date. Now, the last one creates a bit of a disconnect, this last bullet point on this page, where it says some of the input data, such as a closure liability assessment, may have a validity date different to the valuation date. So in this instance, we can't have the closure assessment at the same date as what the effective date of the report is. Now, this is going to require some terminology discussion to clarify this into the codes, and also guidance as to how this should be treated. This is one of those disconnects that we are busy working through. In terms of valuation metrics, there are cost approach methods, historic and future expenditures should also require some assessment of ESG factors. And this, on this middle bullet point, the point there is that very often your comparable transactions don't necessarily take into account the impact of ESG factors on those transaction values. And we may then have to adjust those in some way to make the valuations appropriate, incorporating the relevant ESG factors. In the SAMVAL code, we have this table, which provides guidance in terms of the valuation approach to be used for different types of properties, from an early stage exploration right through to defunct or closed operations. The problem is that these latter items here are not specifically covered in SAMREC. And the question then goes further is, how should ESG liabilities and factors attached to these properties be considered? If a property is not viable, does that mean that there's no mineral reserve? Or at best, is there a mineral resource? These are questions that we are working through, and this is all part of the debate process to get these to a point where we can have something that we can then provide to the code committees. Further, if a liability exists, it should be factored into the valuation, even if you're just doing a land value-based assessment in terms of the highest and best use. Taking that same table in, as we had it in SAMVAL, we were then considering to incorporate an infographic, which Mike Solomon flashed up earlier, which would then link in a simplified way the key ESG focus items that would need to be considered and disclosed in your valuation report at all stages of a property development, from early stage exploration through to closure. This is still work in progress, but it's the sort of thought process that we're putting together to provide the guidance in the SAMVAL code. Already at an exploration stage, you still have to make financial provisions from an environmental perspective. These are not generally that large, but for example, this is the rehabilitation of diamond drill hole sites. That provision needs to be factored into the valuation process. If we look at the in the engineering studies where mineral reserves are being declared, even an unplanned closure is maybe something that should be considered from a mineral reserve stage. I know that I always advocate that once a project is being constructed and is ready to start operations, there should be a closure fund available at that point in time, that in the event the metal prices go south and the project can't continue, that if required, you could close the property and re-establish the ground back to its former position prior to the construction of the mine. Post-closure planning should start in the mineral reserve stage. You should already have an idea at the time when you are declaring your reserves and looking at your life of mine plans, what your post-closure plan should be, what should look like, and what sort of financial provisions should be made. And those should be reflected in the economic analysis for the project. Valuing governance has probably been the biggest headache and lots of discussion in terms of how do you treat governance? How can you put a value to it? So, for example, environmental and social liabilities and costs can be generally determined in a South African context quite readily, quantitatively. You know what your SLP obligations are, you know what your local economic development programs requirements are, your sustainable development, your community social investment criteria, etc. All of that, and your mineral charter, all those criteria can be assessed and quantitatively a value or a liability attached to it. But what about governance? And then in terms of the governance definition, what is the right balance between corporate and projects or property specific factors? Consider the impact on the asset's value if governance is insufficiently applied or non-existent. This implies that governance or lack thereof is evaluated from a risk-based perspective, and various speakers before me have mentioned this as well, is that potentially increasing the discussion around risk-based analyses of ESG parameters at all stages through the chain from exploration through to closure. Poor governance would certainly increase the risk profile of the asset. Poor environmental and social performance affects the reputational risk of a company and often can be mirrored in or reflected in community unrest and stopping mines working for sometimes days on end. And then would poor governance attract a discount to the derived value for the asset? And how would you measure and quantify this? These are imponderables which we're working through, and maybe we're not quite sure yet where that sort of guidance would sit, whether in the SAMVAL code, whether in the SAMES guideline, or whether as guidance notes that would be then available on the website or wherever. Do we have a sufficient or correct understanding of governance? Well, for example, quality assurance, quality control procedures for sample acquisition is recognized as good governance for the confidence to support the disclosure and reporting of mineral resources. But this falls short of sustainability targets, poor governance, and can impact on the mineral resource disclosure. Well, that's it, short and sweet. Any questions up to there?
All right, next up is Teresa, who needs no introduction. She was introduced earlier, and she'll be talking around the SAMES guideline, which is the first dedicated ESG guideline to support a mineral resourcing code. And she'll be talking around some of the challenges and how these have been considered in the whole process. Over to you, Teresa.
Great, thanks, Sifiso. So as you've probably gathered by now from all the presentations that have gone before, there's quite a lot of expectation on the SAMES guideline in terms of what it needs to achieve and what it needs to address. And so we're sort of at the end of the process, as we are at the end of the, sort of this part of the program. So I thought it would be useful just to, as similar presenters have done, taking you through our approach to the update of the guideline. We obviously have an existing one that came into force in 2017. We have had some experience and feedbacks from the industry in terms of people who have used that guideline, as is also the case when you have an existing document and you sort of go back and look at it as time passes, and with the ESG landscape changing the way that it has been over the last few years, you become quite critical and you realize the flaws in the document. And so for all the reasons that have been discussed today, to trigger the need for the update, we've then taken on board the considerations from personal experience of using the guideline, feedback from industry, feedback from SAMES committee members. We also took on board the outcomes of the ESG Inquisition, which was mentioned at the beginning of the talk that the GSSA held sort of 2 years ago. We've analyzed that information to distill some key themes. We've also then matched that against the feedback from the stakeholder engagement work that Nicole presented this morning. Further to that, we then had a survey, which some of you may have responded to last year. So thank you very much for that. And analyzing the survey results, we're feeding all of this into our approach to updating the guideline, into what it might look like and what it needs to achieve. And those lessons have helped us also consider the potential barriers to adoption, which Nicole again mentioned, because ultimately we may need to change the way that we present things in the guidance, depending on what happens from the JSE perspective, as one example. So coming out of all of that, we've had to factor in a number of considerations into changing the guideline and making it more fit for purpose for the end user. From a content perspective, some of the areas that we are making sure that we address clearly and comprehensively is the definitions, aligning between what may be in the SAMREC code and providing more detail within the guidance, being clear on what the minimum requirements would be. We need to be South Africa-centric in terms of the kind of prompts that we include for people, in terms of, for example, what might be considered under the social umbrella. South Africa has the unique requirement of social and labour plans, and so how does that fit into our mineral resource and mineral reserve declarations and reporting? Materiality, I don't need to go into any further because that's been highlighted by presenters before me. What was also clear is that there's been consistent confusion around the purpose of the SAMES guideline. It's often been associated with being an alternative sustainability reporting disclosure document, which it is not. Its purpose is to support the SAMCODES documents, but that is something that needs to be clearly outlined in the guidance document so that it's clear for users of it. Addressing cross-cutting issues is really important. We have these buckets of environmental, social, and governance, but as I mentioned with the definitions, there are all of these themes that cross-cut each of those distinct disciplines. And so from a content perspective, we need to address that. We were also advised, and also part of the considerations from all of the sources that I mentioned earlier, is to look at alignment with what's happening in the international world of updating of codes, insofar as that is appropriate for us within a SAMCODES context. And avoiding duplication, again, has been a key requirement for us. In terms of the format, we specifically asked the question during our survey as to whether you as stakeholders and responders to the survey felt that they would prefer updates to the SAMCODES only without having a supporting guidance document, or whether we should have minimum requirements within the code supported by a detailed guidance document that provides the additional information. And the response was very clear that people like having a guidance document, they want the level of detail in there. And so we've retained the approach of having this separate standalone guidance document. The other advantage for us as the SAMES committee, who ultimately owns that guideline, the guideline document, is that we can update it on a regular basis, as often as we need to, in response to what's happening in the changing ESG landscape. And we don't need to go through the formal hurdle processes of getting approval by the JSE, for example, because it's a guidance document that supports the codes, which feeds back to the way in which we phrase the reporting requirements in the codes needs to be such that it's generic and high level enough so that it can stand the test of time, but then the detail then comes forward in the guidance document. We've also been considering what is the trend within the sustainability reporting world of having minimum disclosures versus best practice distinctions. The SAMCODES aims to provide the minimum reporting requirements for public reports. However, we recognize that there are many organizations who are more mature in their journey and may wish to disclose more information. So perhaps providing a distinction between what is minimum requirements, what is best practice, and hopefully encourage people to progress along that journey towards best practice. In terms of the style of the way that we write the documents and the way that we present it and the way that we present the requirements, there was a very clear feedback from the survey that it should be process driven. People don't want more tick boxes. They want to be able to understand sort of a methodology and approach and be able to apply that in the context that is specific to their project. People need to be able to use their professional judgment to inform what gets ultimately reported. The guidance document needs to be end user focused. Again, a theme that's been recurring throughout these presentations. And end user, both from the authors of the competent persons reports, but also the people who are going to be reading these public documents at a later stage. Avoidance of repetition, we've heard again, and also recognizing that, as with all of the disciplines, the ESG knowledge base progresses from the exploration phase through to the mineral reserve phase. And so the level of information that you would expect to find reported for a project that is only presenting exploration results cannot be the same from an ESG perspective as it would be at a mineral reserve stage, and making sure that that progression of the knowledge base is recognized and guidance given accordingly. In terms of our process on how we're approaching doing the review and the updates, we obviously have this SAMCODES ESG working group, which is preparing drafts for consideration by the broader, firstly by the broader SAMCODES committees. There will be a peer review process. Some of us within SAMCODES, for example, were peer reviewers on the PERC update when that happened in 2021. CRISCO requires all of the codes to go through a mandatory peer review process if they're doing updates to the codes. As a guidance document, we could possibly justify not doing that, but I think we all recognize that there's significant value in getting formal comments from our peers on the guidance document. There'll be a broader stakeholder review process. And importantly, we need to plan for training and awareness and rollout of all of these changes once we've actually got versions that we're all happy to present. One of the criticisms that we received of the current SAMES guideline is that industry generally hasn't been aware of it. A lot of people have looked at us with very strange faces when we've asked them about the SAMES guideline. So, and we felt that as a committee, we were trying to do a lot of effort to socialize and make people aware of the guidance document, but something obviously wasn't working correctly. So we need to try and address that as we roll this out going forward. We also need to consider the competence aspects. There's a panel a bit later talking about professional registration, but we're also, we're through all of this process, and there's been some comments in the chats. The competency expectations of competent persons is evolving. The competency expectations of subject matter experts who are contributing to these reports is also evolving, and there's a sort of a limited number at the moment of ESG, particularly environmental and social professionals who routinely contribute to mineral reports. So there's a need for competency considerations within the broader sort of community of reporters. This is just a high-level overview of what the table of contents looks like at the moment. And you'll see what we're trying to include here is a clear comment on what is the purpose of the guidance document, what is its status within the hierarchy of the SAMCODES documents, how to use the document, what are the roles and responsibilities of people using this guidance document, and in terms of preparing public reports. We've got quite a detailed sections on principles of reporting. Materiality is obviously there as one of the main drivers, but also are other principles such as completeness, transparency, if not, why not? So we've unpacked those, or we're trying to unpack those in a bit more detail. We've got the definitions that we've will be a version of what we discussed earlier this morning. And then in terms of the reporting requirements, there's some upfront generic, my mouse goes to the right screen. We've got some upfront generic reporting requirements that set the scene for the setting in which your property is going to be located or your project. And that is factually based information, because we're also acutely aware that even a risk assessment is very subjective. So the company preparing the report may have a particular view on whether or not something is a significant risk or not, but providing factually based information upfront as part of the context description then helps the reader or the user of the end report have their own view on whether or not they agree with the material issues that have been identified by the author. We then have a clear distinction of what is required to be reported during each of the reporting phases with appropriate guidance. The valuation of ESG will pick up the SAMVAL component, which Andy's just been talking on. And we've also found that there's been confusion between the level of information that should be presented in a standalone CPR versus as part of an annual reporting process. And so we intend to provide further guidance on that. So where to from here? I've called the first step in the process technical alignment. Some of the unfathomable that Andy mentioned earlier falls into this bucket. There are a lot of technical elements that we are currently discussing and debating. We need to, as a committee, come up with our position on those so that we can then use that to finalize SAMREC, SAMVAL, and obviously the table 1 part of SAMREC. The SAMES guidance can then be updated and go through the various review processes. I've just used peer review as a general term here. Following on from that would be ultimate publication.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. The last session this afternoon is the panel discussion. And we have 3 basic sessions that we'll be looking at. The first has to deal with the ESG practitioner registration. And so I would like to ask Lynn Soulsby, Mike Solomon, and Siobhan Jabert to please put your videos on. Lynn Soulsby is the committee member on the SAMESC group. She is the chairperson of the ESG division of the GSSA. She is also the senior technical advisor at the Mineral Corporation, with over 20 years experience in legal and ESG issues in the minerals industry. Lynn's focus area include mineral tenure, ESG due diligence and reporting. And then Siobhan has over 16 years in the consulting industry and corporate positions in the minerals industry. And she is currently employed by EY as an associate partner. And very brief introduction. The topic that we're going to look at is ESG registration. And before we actually get into the registration itself, I would like to ask, what academic qualifications actually define an ESG specialist? Is there some sort of university degree that qualifies one? Should there be? What is international practice? Does a standard geology or mining engineering degree qualify an ESG professional? Your comments, please.
Right, who kicks off? Perhaps I should kick off because I did have a slide in my presentation that pointed out that an ESG professional can be anything from a social anthropologist to an environmentalist to a meteorologist. And so I don't think that one can put ESG professionals into any particular disciplinary box. And this is part of the problem that we face between the GSSA and the SIMM and saying, well, given the complexity of the mineral sector, the mining industry right now, is that these different professions have become absolutely cardinal in assessing risk and quantifying risk, and then being able to extrapolate that risk into the valuation codes. So the approach that we've taken within the SIMM, and I think in discussion with Lynn, the GSSA as well, is to actually give these disparate cohort of professionals a home in a technical organization like our own, professional organization like our own, so that we can actually vet that in any given specific situation that they are competent to do the assessment that they've been engaged to undertake, and that there is a measured extrapolation of that into the standard code environment where they can be used to assess resources and reserves, or reserves in this particular case, and to actually quantify risk. So the challenge is really not that there should be a special ESG professional organization. I think that the GSSA and the SIMM are good homes for these professionals, and we welcome them into our ranks. But they are specifically orientated towards the mining industry in this particular context, and not towards the general sort of arena of ESG. Then I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think the GSSA and the SIMM are two great homes for people such as myself who haven't really managed to find a home before. As per se, I'm not a technical, I haven't studied geology, I haven't studied mining, I actually have a sociology degree. So trying to find a recognized professional body was practically impossible for me. And that's where we approached Tanya. And it's worked out really well with the GSSA so far.
Okay, just going back a step with respect to qualifications. Where I'm going with this is, what advice would you give to a young person starting off at university who wants to become an ESG practitioner? What do they study? Before we get to registration, before we get to membership, what do they study?
Tanya, maybe I can jump in because, you know, I'm not an environmental specialist, let's put it that way. But I think with the way that ESG has evolved, there isn't going to be a degree that's going to cover every item and every aspect that you want to know. I think the other thing is that ESG covers more than just mining, right? So ESG, particularly over the last few years, is seen in every part of any business. Inside mining, in other industries, you want to, you know, even just build a house, you have to think of certain aspects. So I'm not sure there's a catch-all degree that will cover everything. And again, I'm not an ESG specialist, but I find myself in a position as a geologist having to take these things into consideration and having to be well-versed and appraised with what's happening within our industry, within, you know, the ESG space. And so for me, I think that people need to have the basics within mining, whatever that is, be it a geologist, be it environmental sciences, or like Lynn, doing a socialism degree, and then applying that into the world and the frame of reference that you're in.
Yeah, I think, Tanya, if you had to have a guess on the call, we had to take a look at how many geologists are now ESG practitioners. I mean, most geologists I meet have been retreaded into some sort of ESG practitioner along the line.
I think then that we're all being forced to think very differently about the industry, and there are a lot of mining engineers in the space as well. But I don't think that one can. I think there's a comment from Abdullah Jawadeen in the chat box. He says that you can't put an ESG specialist in the box. There's such a wide range of influence in the industry is that I don't think that there is a specific degree that one can actually put people in the box in. But where geologists and mining engineers, I think, do come into this environment quite well, is that we understand the technical aspects and the technical input of what the SAMCODES are trying to achieve. And it's probably easier for us to extrapolate or to extend ourselves into the other sectors of meteorology, anthropology, your sector, than it is the other way around for other practitioners to get a fundamental understanding of how mining economics and reserve economics actually work. But it doesn't preclude them, and I think this is where we do provide good homes, Tanya, is that it doesn't preclude them from learning these. We all learn different skills, and mining is now such a complex environment. So I mean, we've got, if you look at mine managers and chief executives of mining companies, many of them are accountants and in some cases anthropologists we've seen. So there are competent executives within mining companies that are not necessarily ESG professionals, but adapt very easily to the environment. So I don't think that, I do think that mining is a specific environment, Siobhan. So yes, ESG goes across the board, but the application of ESG in mining is very, very emotive. It's very, very sensitive, and it's very specific economically.
Thank you all for those comments. And those are really the points that I hope was going to come out, because youngsters wanting to go into the ESG space will not be put into a specific box. They don't need to come from any one specific background. They can come from more than one background. And as Kelly says, they're very similar to competent valuators, don't have specific degrees. Okay, so now moving directly on from that, a professional home, should there be a statutory home? Any comments about the application of SACNASP and or EAPASA, both currently and going forward? Lynn, would you like to take that one first?
Yeah, so I think maybe I can give everyone a bit of a background from my perspective. What sort of happened is at the Mineral Corporation, we obviously have compiled competent persons reports and various technical reports for various companies. And although it's not required, your technical experts, it is like preferred that they have a recognized professional body when they are contributing to these reports. And so when I was looking at the social aspects and the mineral tenure aspects for these reports, we looked at that and we said, okay, where would I find a home? And we hunted for a recognized professional body for a social scientist, and we couldn't find one, not within the mining industry and not outside of the mining industry either. And so then we looked at SACNASP and tried to see if there was a way through the recognized prior learning to fall into the SACNASP home, and that wasn't an option. And that's when the GSSA gave us a home, or me a home at that stage. What is essential about having a home is having a code of ethics, accountability to your peers. It just, when you're putting stuff on paper, it gives you someone or something to hold you against, you know, when you're writing what you write in these reports, which is so essential, I think, in every report that we write, is having someone that can hold you against what you've written. So, and it also gives the competent person who is then signing off on that report a little bit more sort of safety, a little bit more confidence that you know what you're doing when you've written your report and he's reading through it and he's integrating or she's integrating it into his competent person's report. And so I think possibly the code of ethics and that peer sort of holding you accountable is mostly the essential part of this, or one of the essential aspects of this.
Yeah. Siobhan, anything to add?
Look, I agree with what Lynn's saying, is that everyone needs to be registered. It's not just about the code of ethics, but it's the availability of training as well. The societies that we belong to offer up-to-date training, keeping us up to breast what's happening within the industry, within the ESG space, within the mining space. Where that sits, I guess, comes back to the discussion on this. ESG is an all-encompassing world. And because it follows the stages of development, right, from an exploration project all the way through opening up a mine, it's in everybody in that value chain's best interests to be involved in ESG. So I think for a lot of people, they will probably follow the societies that naturally go with their degree, mine being geology. In our team, we have environmental scientists, and they're registered with SACNASP as an example, right? But for me, it's about following whatever your underlying degree is. And unfortunately, Lynn, yours was a tricky case, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, it that conversation that we need to be a bit and think about these things. And as ESG evolves, and it's going to continue to evolve, in my opinion, we may see other people being brought on board and need to find a space. So I would also comfortably say the GSSA, SACNAS would probably be the two areas that I would look at. But then if you further down the value chain and you are working in operations, perhaps SAIMM is also a good place to be. I don't think there's a clear answer though.
Mike, would you like to add anything further?
Yeah, look, I think that, you know, if one looks at EXA and SACNAS, they are geared towards specific professional registrations, and all of the other professions will have their, so whether you're in the medical profession, the legal profession, you still have to register with your professional body. So I don't think that there's necessarily an ESG body that is required. I think it's really just more of a question of either the existing professional bodies certifying their competence in the specific field of mining or whatever the other field might be, or alternatively, the professional organizations like the GSSA and the SIMM actually just attesting to their competence as CVs or subject matter experts, but also just at a pragmatic level, if one looks at what we are doing in SAMVAL and SAMREC, and that is putting together competent persons reports, one is always going to have a lead competent person with a team of competent people and subject matter experts reporting into that. So the question arises whether it's ever going to be required of an ESG practitioner to sign off a competent person's report or feasibility study. And I don't think that that's impossible, but it's pragmatically not necessary at the moment. So I think that provided that the ESG professionals are within an organization that has a code of ethics that is going to give confidence to the market that they have the requisite skills and expertise, and that they are subscribing to the codes of ethics that we subscribe to as mining engineers, geologists, metallurgists, should be sufficient for them. And I think that for the moment, the provisions that we're making in these two organizations will cover that to a great extent.
I'd like to move on to have a look at the role of EAPASA, simply because it is in the news that environmentalists specifically need to be registered with it. Is it going to fulfill the requirements for the social or the governance professionals? Is it something that at SAMESC we need to be cognizant of?
Vaughan, I don't know if you want to take that on.
I must be honest, Tanya, I'm not able to comment on that, I'm afraid.
Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so I think from an environmental perspective, a lot of people are covered already with SACNAS, right? So this will be an additional requirement for them to go and register. What the implications are, I mean, SACNAS itself has its own implications in terms of getting your points and everything to keep registration. So now a second registration, what are the implications of that? From my perspective, would it have helped me in my situation? Probably not. I don't know if we have possibly an environmentalist on the call that has some thoughts on that.
Teresa, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah. Thanks, Teresa, for putting your hand up. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so the EPSA is for environmental assessment practitioners who would like to submit environmental impact assessments to the regulators for decision-making purposes. And so there's a very particular skill set that is required. You have to be skilled in undertaking environmental impact assessments. You have to understand the laws and the regulations associated with that. And whilst there is some overlap between what's involved in undertaking an EIA process, the skills, in my opinion, for contributing to public reports are a bit different. So although you may have a technical background, say in environmental science, and you may understand environmental impacts, it's how you apply that knowledge in different contexts. So I wouldn't see that an EPSA registration would be equivalent to demonstrate competence to contribute as, for example, an environmental specialist to a SAMCODES report. One of the main focuses, as far as I understand, and I am not a registered EAP, and it's not an area that I have had particular interest in progressing down. So there may be someone here who is registered and may wish to correct me, but a strong component of running an EIA process is understanding the laws, the regulations, the processes that are required, the timeframes involved, the public participation components, and that's a critically important part of being a good and effective environmental assessment practitioner, building on your general scientific knowledge. So I see the two as being quite different, although there may be some underlying educational similarities between some of the people.
And I think quite similarly for an EAP, they also have, per se, subject matter experts for their technical specialist studies, and they have to use all of those to gather it together for the EIA at the end of the day. But they're not signing off on all those various independent studies themselves either. They are sort of gathering all that information and then signing off on it as a whole.
Yeah, so each of the specialists who support an EIA have a specific declaration that they need to fill in that goes, you know, with each of their specialist assessments. So if you're the groundwater or the heritage or the biodiversity specialist, you submit this declaration, taking responsibility, obviously, for your report and your findings. The EAP then has the responsibility to properly interpret the information that's been supplied by the specialist and integrate that into the overarching EIA document. So the skills are, but overlapping, they are quite distinct.
Yeah.
But Maria, would you like to add?
Yes, thanks, Tanya. I just want to point out, so registrations, I think, for the EAP space need a lot of hashing out. So just the PASA, for example, sounds to be, you know, it comes across as a science platform, etc., but it's very much a catch-22. To be a registered person or an EAP, you have to have signed off documents. But then the catch-22 is you can't sign off documents unless you're an EAP. So unless you're registered to become an EAP before EAPASA was instated, which was, I think, 2 years ago, you sit in a space where, how do you get your registration? So just a caution on that, I do think that in the future, there might be problems that I don't know that many people have flagged that already, because it could be just a cycle where just somebody cannot get their foot in the door there.
Okay, thank you. I suppose the importance of that discussion was simply to highlight there are certain issues with registration. It's not as simple as SACNAS or simply belonging to a particular professional or statutory body. So when young people are looking to register, to become members, it's not quite as simple and straightforward as we might think. And I seem to have lost half of my panelists. Now I've lost all of them. There we are, back again.
Tanya, I learned something. I don't know about that registration. So we all learn, right? That's what this is about.
Oh, yes.
Every day is a school day.
Right. Are there any questions from the floor with respect to registration? Let me have a look at the chat box. Fiona, would you like to ask your question, please?
More of a statement. Andy has specifically asked me to talk about my chartered environmental, which is what I have in the UK. So I am a chartered environmentalist in the UK. I am a fellow of the Institute of Materials, Metals and Mining, IOM3. So what I guess I was trying to communicate is that through the IOM3, you can go down a chartered environmentalist route, or you can go down a chartered engineer route. So it caters, the mining institute, in this case, professional institute, caters for both environmental and engineering. The experience required is more than just impact assessment. It's definitely a broad knowledge of environmental management holistically. In terms of the fellowship, it was specifically my direct experience with mining over 25 years with SRK that pushed me over that threshold, particularly due diligence, input to competent persons reports, etc. So it's slightly different in the UK to South Africa, but maybe just something for those people involved to think about.
Thank you. That's very useful.
Tanya, from my side, and this is something that Lynn and Andy and Therese and I did discuss, is that I think that until such time as there is a specific body that may cater for ESG professionals, and that they're going to reside within the GSSA and SIMM, that there should be at least an alignment between the two organizations as to how one assesses competence and signs off on competence in terms of their contribution to the various reports that come out of the codes or that are subject to the codes. So I think that we do need to formalize. There's a lot more work to be done in this process to formalize how people are recognized and what the roles of these professional organizations are in attesting to the competence of CVs and subject matter experts.
Yes, that's a whole other discussion. More than one can of worms. But yes, it's definitely a conversation that should be had. Preferably over a case of wine.
A case of wine, yeah.
I'll take you up on that.
Okay, anything?
Possibly just from my side, both for Prof. Solomon and Tanya, is just in terms of how you would go about. I mean, I know how I went about applying to the GSSA and getting through my application, but possibly for anyone on the line that is like myself, struggling with a home or doesn't quite know what to do. What do you do? Who do you approach? How do you start the process? I know how it works for the GSSA, but for the SAIMM, like, I don't know how your process works, and maybe if you want to give a little bit of clarity into that.
At the moment, it's not that formal. I think that in any given situation is that the work that a professional has done in the past is reviewed within the SIMM, peer reviewed, and an opinion passed as to whether the person is appropriate for the job or not, or qualified for the job or not. So I'm suggesting, and I'm quite sure that there'll be those who disagree with me, that there is probably a need for a more structured and formalized approach, given the seriousness of the SAMCODES, or the reliance on SAMCODES in a difficult environment. So we would need to take this offline and decide whether, in fact, any greater formality is required, and if so, what that formality would be. But I do think that there's a need for alignment between the professional organizations and how these recognitions are managed, just in terms of process and quality.
Yeah, I think that alignment might become something that's quite essential until there is something more formal, if there ever is a professional body for ESG members.
Well, if there aren't any basic protocols, and I think Gordon Smith is probably far more qualified than I am to comment on this, but if there aren't any basic criteria within the organizations that one adheres to, it becomes a bit of a free-for-all if everybody's got their own rules and standards. And I don't agree with that personally. I think that there have to be clear standards and rules that attest that the person meets these standards.
I see Gordon has his hand up.
Yes, let's start with Gordon and then Fiona directly after. Thank you.
Good morning all, and it's been a real pleasure to be part of this process, albeit quietly in the background. Just on the membership side with SIMM, to build on what Mike's saying, there is any person who is active in the minerals industry can apply to the SIMM for membership, either as an associate or a member. And in that process, their experience within the industry is assessed during the membership adjudication process. Their level of work that they have executed in the industry is covered. The provenance of the original qualifications is tested against a number of organizations. And then lastly, the membership committee would then direct specific questions, if they have them, back to the person through the membership secretariat in the SIMM to ascertain the validity of the person's claims. So there's a review, a very structured review process. And we have membership of the SIMM that ranges from accountants to lawyers to geologists, to you name it, sociologists. There are many, many diverse members of the SIMM, and they all go through a similar adjudication process. But in the space that we're talking about today, vetting their competence to contribute in a particular subject matter expert aspect of ESG, that we have not actually locked down. And I think, Mike, as you've indicated, we need to align with the GSSA on how we execute that process. Thank you.
Just to comment before we get to Fiona, the GSSA is pretty much in the same space as the SAIMM. The same process that Gordon has outlined is what we do as well. Again, with the same concern as to how to judge the competence is also something that we haven't come to terms with. So from the GSSA side, I think it would be very useful to continue this discussion with the SAIMM further. Fiona, your comments, please, would be very useful.
Hi, I just thought it would also be worth quickly mentioning that the Australian AusIMM are also battling with the same concepts that we're all talking about today with respect to ESG. And they are coming up with a set of competencies on 3 levels, I believe, to deal with ESG competence. And these are targeted at the competent persons or qualified persons. And the idea being kind of level 1 being just enough for the competent person to identify who they should be involving, who the SMEs should be, all the way through to level 3, which basically indicates they've got a pretty good handle of ESG matters. So I do think that's something that IOM3, SIIMM, and some of the other organizations need to be thinking about, is whether or not we want to come up with training and competencies for our CPs to help them with this topic, involving other institutions such as the GSSA and equivalent GeolSoc here.
Thank you. Just to make a note on that, the current membership of the GSSA speaks to subject matter experts. It doesn't speak to competent persons, because that would fall under the GSSA chartered status, which currently doesn't deal with ESG specialists, simply because we haven't yet come to grips with any of the competencies on that. Okay, so if there are no further questions or comments on the registration space, I shall give you 2 seconds to ask a question if you do have. Otherwise, I would like to thank my various panelists for your time and comments this morning.
Thanks, Tanya.
Yeah. Okay, we can then move on to the next panel, and that is looking at criteria for defining and assessing ESG risk and materiality. And here we have Carla Hudson, Charlene Rigby, and Gordon Smith. If you would put your videos on. Okay, Charlene has already been introduced. Carla Hudson is, or came from an underground mining geology background, went into exploration, then moved into environmental management. And she is currently a principal consultant at ERM Africa as part of the CPD team, facilitating mine closure and SED on various sites. Gordon Smith is a mining engineer with Anglo Platinum, or retired from Anglo Platinum, and currently is a professor at Wits University, as well as the lead in investment assurance at Anglo American. So with that background, I think one of the more interesting things is to try and define risk. You look at the website and there are various definitions of what it is, what it isn't. So I think I'd like to start off with Charlene. What is a working definition of risk in the ESG space?
Sounds like you started off the toughest question. Hello, Gordon. Hello, Carla. And thank you so much, Tanya. Thank you again. Wow, I thought my previous question was hard. This one's a bit tougher. So first of all, I think there's two elements to this. A working definition of risk for ESG. I think we've understood that ESG actually represents so many different aspects of so many things that certainly when you would want to define, measure, quantify risk within an ESG space, it would be hard to do so without breaking it down into some of its other components of E, S, or G. So that's the sort of first sort of piece that I have there, which is not really an answer. In terms of definition, I always go back to like the beginning, right? The early days. And for me, risk is always about severity and likelihood or probability of happening. And there's many, many definitions around that. And that's agnostic to any discipline. And so that's where I would always want to start with that, is understanding, the consequence of what could happen, or the severity, or, any variation around that. And I know a true risk sort of specialist, and I've certainly worked in that sort of space, would find this a very horrible generalization. But anyway, what would happen if that risk had to be materialized? And then, of course, what's the likelihood of it of materializing? As industry and practice has evolved over time, and I would say this is an important consideration when looking at risk with an ESG lens, is sometimes the consequence of a risk materializing is so severe that it doesn't matter what the probability or likelihood is, an intervention is most definitely required. A great example is safety, people's safety. So I think when looking at defining risk, it should also be about your response to certain risks and how they materialize in certain areas. And then the other thing in terms of looking at risk and just moving a little bit beyond the definition is also recognizing that risk is risk, and then there's risk with management in place, and that has a different profile. And so you've probably also got to be consistent with your approach and your messaging and your reporting of saying this is a high risk, but it's well managed, or this is a high or a medium risk and it's not well managed. And in that instance, your profile could actually have two different meanings or outcomes, and that would need to be something to consider. So use the tools and the experts and the subject matters available to you to understand risk within E, S, and G. Those experts or SMEs will likely have great definitions and thresholds as you dive deeper into things. For example, safety versus diversity, or a failure to implement a company culture strategy or something like that. And then just think a little bit bigger, once you have a definition, then so what? Like, what do you do with it, and what kind of response is required?
Thanks, Charlene. Carla, let's move on to you. Your comments on how have you found defining risk worked for you in your experience?
Thank you very much. Yes, so yeah, as Charlene has mentioned, risk is a very difficult issue, especially when you start dealing with, in my field is with closure, and then the social impact of closure, and where I've actually seen the high riskers, and I think it's been mentioned quite a few times this morning, is the roles and responsibilities of who is actually taking responsibility of these possible risks and how it's actually dealt with in an organization. And I've seen this often where these things fall between the cracks because nobody actually takes responsibility, because the site doesn't have the capacity or the capability to actually deal with it. They're hoping that people in group or in the business unit will define it and assist them, and many times those actually fall through the cracks, and it actually becomes a huge problem, and the risk actually then becomes larger and larger and more difficult to deal with.
Gordon, any comments to add there?
Yes, if I could. I'm going to take a slightly different perspective and try and focus it in and then move out from that point. So in the whole risk space, it normally manifests in some kind of unwanted event or hazardous event. And working back from that space is to acknowledge that in the what we're talking about here, specifically the ESG space, it's a multidimensional challenge, which has been raised by Charlene. It's context specific, which I think Carla touched on. It has a temporal dimension. What we see happening now in ESG, if you'd asked anybody 10 years ago, would we be having this conversation, the answer would have been no. So there's a temporal component. And then on top of that, that unwanted event could have a spatial dimension. Let's use carbon neutrality and carbon loading and impact on climatic events globally. What we do in South Africa, Eskom's discharges impact the Northern Hemisphere, spatial component. And all of this has to come into it. So I think it's being able to translate that very broad context of starting with an unwanted event. What is that in terms of the codes that we're talking about here for an ESG practitioner? And my thoughts on that is really to say, at the end of the day, is there something, and I'll use that very generic expression, is there something in the mining operation that is intended to be executed or is being executed that will result in the RPEE not occurring? In other words, you can't convert a resource to reserve, so there is not a business, because it's an investor risk that the codes are largely dealing with here. So is there something out of the ESG space that would result in RPEE and non-conversion of resource to reserve? And then to be able to work backwards from that through the various threads of triggers or hazards by discipline that are specific to the context, specific to the social context around the temporal dimension, specific to the spatial, the area where you're operating, and build it back from the center. That as a competent person, that's a lead competent person, that's the kind of view that I took across many of the challenges faced by Anglo-American Platinum over the decades, to look at it from that perspective and work backwards rather than trying to work from the outside in. Tanya, sorry, a bit of a long spiel, but rather a philosophy around how to challenge this more than anything else. Thank you.
No, I think that whole philosophy is something that people need to consider. And actually building on that then, given the different types of risk, should there be and I hesitate to say this, but should there be a list of basic risks that people need to identify? Or should we just allow every person to identify what they think is a risk at that time?
Could I just comment on that one, and then I'll be quiet for a bit? I think if we broadly, the disciplines that we're all working in, could create some sort of structure to the risk analysis process to make sure the universe of potential threats is adequately covered. And then it's up to the competent person or the subject matter expert to justify why they have excluded certain things. So you start with a universe, And then the SME or the CP then says, right, based on the context of this particular operation in this space, in this societal context, have excluded the following things. So they justify exclusions rather than inclusions. So again, those are thoughts. I think we've got a lot of work to do in this. It could be a very powerful workshop on this, in fact. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else to add on that?
So basically just human nature. I think it will be good to have a basic list just to start from, and then and work from there. I just know normally these things are done in a rush, and so it would be good to have a sort of a foundation to start with.
I think the context-specific nature that you raised there, Gordon, is a critical point, and thank you for picking that up. I think that's true. And I think that probably creates maybe an imperative or an opportunity to also, once you feel you've got a tool or a system or a list to consider your risks, to maybe just take it to the next level and also look at how risks may be interconnected. And I think Carla's social transitioning for closure example is a great example. You know, a closure specialist, if you ask them what you do or what they do, you might get 3 different answers. People, you know, finances, soil thickness, something like that, for example. And when everybody looks at their risks within their silo, if I may use that word, you know, you could actually miss and fall into this trap that Carla spoke about. So also, I guess applying your mind as the competent person or collating subject matter expert, and look at to see if there are interconnections between the various subject matter type risks. And then also just to add that this changes, right? Social context change, geopolitical context change, the climate changes faster than we thought it would. So with that in mind, it can't be a once-off or a static process. It really should be reviewed at some kind of designated or regular interval to make sure that your assumptions or your weighting or assessment or classification of that risk, you know, has or has not changed, and that your response remains adequate to that.
Okay, now let's look at it from the opposite side. If we have a list, are people just going to look at those risks and not bother about thinking for themselves as to what else might be appropriate to their particular situation? How do we get away from a simple checklist?
Could I respond to that?
Sure, please.
A tool or technique that I use extensively is around trying to avoid groupthink and having the work that's being done by the particular subject matter expert, an opinion passed by another group or several individuals independently of whether or not the person has actually adequately covered all of those risks that could manifest in a project or an operation. So it's just, again, taking that role as a competent person is putting in the check and balance that I would need to have to say that the work has been done adequately by having an assessment of the assessment. And it's not a detailed assessment, rather has, using my terms here, the universe of potential risks been adequately discovered. So it's looking at the same challenge from a slightly different angle. It then gives me the confidence that it's been covered. So that same logic can be applied in the ESG space. Have we actually adequately viewed all the potential hazards that are associated? Thank you. I think the thing is, it's getting the competent person to actually take accountability, if I can put it that way, to put in place their checks and balances outside of their own area of specific competence. It's checks and balances around the work that's being done in terms of the entire process, rather than simply a discipline-specific competency.
Part of risk, and it's something that everybody has mentioned looking at risks, is what is the chance of a material event taking place, which brings us on to the next topic of, well, what is material? how do you define something that is material? And if you look at it as an accounting term, which is where it arose, it's simply rules of thumb and professional judgment that make up what is material. Can we use the same type of logic in the ESG space? What rules of thumb? Whose rules of thumb? And so forth. So let's start off with that. What is, or what should be, our view of materiality?
I'm happy to jump in here, Tanya. I'm a big fan of, without stifling innovation, of not reinventing the wheel. And there are definitely times when reinventing the wheel is required. Don't get me wrong. When I spoke about that once in a generation opportunity, that probably is not about reinventing the wheel. But I take a lot of comfort that in the ESG space, we actually have some practices that have matured quite nicely to have materiality type discussions. And so I would certainly gravitate towards, for example, the Global Reporting Initiative, the GRI definitions around materiality, which we use, or an entity would typically use for their sustainability reporting processes and strategic management, where they give you sort of better guidance, and you could argue a suite of suggestions or tools around that to get to a material understanding. And then I feel that if you use more traditional systems, it's not it's not the same as risk management, but risk also speaks of having thresholds, when something is significant or not significant. So applying concepts like that. So, GRI then talks about something that could influence your shareholders or stakeholders, you could argue, and their decisions about you, or how they would perhaps invest their money around you. And that something could also be leaving it out or not reporting it or disclosing it. So if that would materially influence an investor's decision, a shareholder's decision, same, or a stakeholder's decision around you, and over a temporal scale, or being able to deliver what you state you will be able to deliver, I think that's a very comfortable definition to consider materiality. But perhaps, and then of course, like I say, the GRI provides you with suggestions or tools that say in this sector, they do have sector specific guidance. We would expect that these things would be considered material for your business. And then I guess it's the apply or explain kind of process around that. But what this doesn't do, it doesn't give you a financial threshold. It doesn't tell you what 5% is or 10% is, or it should be 10%. It does still leave it based on a reasonable person's view, a practical interpretation, management's best estimate, etc., which of course also lenses into the accounting space too. But I would suggest when looking at this, use what's available. It has some credibility and practice, and it's been tested. And I think it's applicable or can be applied in other instances too.
Tanya, could I comment?
Please.
So I think it's once again really complicated because you've got this aggregation of E, S, and G. So in the G space, materiality might relate to best practice and approaches such as the King reports, and say, well, are we complying with certain things? I'm just using that as one example. In the environmental space, it could be contaminant thresholds, it could be biodiversity impact in terms of threatened species and that type of thing. The one which is the difficult one to measure is the social response. And I don't know what we need to encompass there. And that requires, again, the judgment of the organization around this in terms of what Charlene's just been saying around affecting an investment decision by a group of people deciding not to make funds available because of a social context, or other stakeholder decisions such as communities which relate to that. And that requires objective assessment by the people in the organization, the strategy of the company, the values, the decisions that are made as to what they do, where and when. So that's very difficult to measure. But again, similar to the rest of the codes, it's important to be able to state what your basis of assumption is to come to a conclusion related to that space. So I think the most challenging is the social space, the environmental less so, and the governance even less so than that. But social is where the challenge lies, and it's clear disclosure of the approach that's been taken to determine what is a material event or aspect in the social space. It's making all of our jobs a little bit more complicated, but a hell of a lot more interesting.
Should we only be looking at material projects? Should we only be looking at the ESG influence on a project that we have defined as being a material project? What about the smaller projects? What about the risk that today is not material, tomorrow is not material, but over 5 or 10 years? Any comments on that?
My first thought is no, and often they are. But, you know, there's an example to just prove me in almost every instance, but I would say no. I think an ESG matter on a non-material project, let's say it's a minor contributor to your overall, you know, financial scoring metrics for a company, I think could actually impact very significantly or very heavily on the people around that project, the people within that business, or of course to that business, should this ESG material matter not be recognized, well managed, or disclosed to a decision maker, or someone who's influenced by your disclosure. So maybe I can bring it's become quite a big example of a mining company that blasted a native heritage site, and it was permitted to do so. So maybe that's a great governance tick, right? We stuck to the rules. The rules were set many years ago. We got the approval many years ago. We acted recently. And I mean, I can't tell if that asset was material to their business or not, or a significant asset, but I think my point is that something that probably was not considered by immediate decision makers or through, you know, some kind of messaging chain, not considered to be material, actually ended up being hugely material. And so once again, that jurisdictional context, I think, is also incredibly relevant. I think that subject matter expertise is incredibly relevant. And I think, I think someone summed it up well in the company, that something that may not be seen material by one person's measure certainly could be material by another stakeholder's measure. And so I would have a discomfort if that was a threshold for material disclosures for me. I'd want to check that if that was the approach, and so I wouldn't recommend it.
Yes, I think that is, it should go without saying, but it's best be said. Okay, do we have any questions from the floor regarding risk and materiality? You've got the specialists here, guys, ask them.
While we wait for all the hands to shoot up, I also just want to reiterate absolute transparency. If there's one thing I could recommend, is be absolutely transparent in how you determined your materiality and disclose that, and apply it consistently. Even if there's room for improvement, at least there's consistency in your approach and it's disclosed.
We've got two hands. Teresa, yours was first.
Thanks. Yeah, just to say that as we know that risk is very subjective, and it's come through in the conversations in this panel, and it reinforces the need to disclose as much factual information as you can around the project, because what in one context and under one set of assumptions is a risk, let alone whether or not it's material, but what is a risk in one context and from one perspective is not necessarily a risk in another context. And there are a range of people who review and use public reports, just sticking to the sort of the lens through which we're looking at these things today. And the users of that information will each have their own perception on risk. So providing factual information that they can then use to determine risk to whatever their objective is in relation to reading that report is really important and makes the report more applicable to the users of it.
Thanks. Kelly?
Just a subject that's quite close to my heart, and again, it's a comment rather than a question, is that often, we focus on these big risks, in projects we have these, the red risks, the significant risks, whereas we often just ignore the smaller risks, and often those smaller risks in aggregate may actually be more material than a single big risk. So again, just to get to the point is that considering risks in aggregate and the impact that they could have in aggregate should actually also be considered, not just single risks on their own.
Very true.
Tanya, could I comment on that? Hi, Kelly. I agree fully on that. And the one I've been pushing hard for a long time now, and it's really relevant in the work I'm doing at the moment, is to say it's not just the aggregation, it's understanding the temporal nature of it. And aggregated impact over time is a massive issue. So a small amount of nitrates in water now is a problem of a massive impact to communities in 15 to 20 years' time. So it's not just the aggregation, it's the aggregated impact, potential impact over time. Thanks.
Fiona's made a very interesting comment in the chat. I'll get you in a moment, Nicole. Fiona says, don't forget about the concept of double materiality now required in some jurisdictions. Would somebody like to explain that and the implications of that? Charlene, you wagging your head knowledgeably there?
It's like this word comes in and out of my inbox a lot during the course of the day recently. So yes, let's not forget about it, and also let's create some awareness around it. I think that's a great pickup, Fiona. So I'm going to give you a very simple layman's understanding, kind of intended for myself. So double materiality is two types of material matters that need to be considered. The one that we've kind of discussed here is that it's the kind of matters or issues that an organization would impose on society or the environment. So potentially an impact or a risk. So nitrates in the water, great example, right? That could be a material matter, your water stewardship, your water quality management, or something caused by an organization's activities that could impact outwardly on society or the environment. The other type of materiality, hence double, is one that would actually, due to societal or environmental sort of matters, would cause an impact, a financial impact on an organization. So the example I always use for myself of something that could have a double materiality is climate change. We could emit carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which would then, of course, be part of the problem. Or we could look at mitigation measures, part of the solution on greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere linked to climate change. A material matter that would be caused by society or the environment on the organization could be carbon taxes that we would need to pay for those emissions. So that would have a financial impact on the organization. Or because of change in weather patterns and more intense rainfall periods during the rainfall season, could result in a pit flooding more often than expected or planned for. So we would then need to modify our pit pumping schedules or our pit down days to accommodate additional dewatering times because of, climate change impacting on our environment. So it goes both ways, from an organization outwards and outwards into an organization. And it's about recognizing what ESG type matters could be one or both. And there's a third one that I've heard recently, and that's dynamic materiality. So maybe I can put that to the audience to bring that out. But I think it sort of links to Gordon's view on temporal changing sort of things. But that's kind of my layman's understanding of double materiality right now, and how certain jurisdictions or reporting codes are asking for one, GRI, for example, traditionally your impact on society. The other, the IFRS, International Sustainability Standards Board, Sustainability Disclosure Standard that was recently released, looks at the financial piece. And in the European Union, the CSRD wants you to consider double materiality, I think, based on my understanding. So that's kind of where the jurisdictional influence is.
Thank you. And Nicole?
It's just a comment, Tanya, and I hear what everyone says about aggregate risk, and I acknowledge that, 100%, every aspect needs to be covered. But I think if we look specifically in the context of mineral resource and mineral reserve reporting, we need to look at what detail we include in our reports, which is essentially, the ultimate outcome that we want here. And we need to be careful not to number one, keep the end user, ultimately the investor or whatever other stakeholders in mind when including these things. And that's where I think the materiality conversation comes in, is that if we focus on the material aspects that can affect, things like resource to reserve conversion or effectively mining your life of mine plan or executing, that's where our focus should be, I think, in this particular forum. And I acknowledge that, Charlene, there's a myriad of things that need to be considered, but typically they are considered, maybe in other reports or other sections. But I think for this specific context, we just need to keep in mind that, we're discussing levels of detail or lack of detail, should I say, that we want to include in our resource and reserve reporting.
Yes, I think that is a point that has come out throughout some of the chats as well. And it's very important. We are talking about mineral reporting as opposed to sustainability reporting. One feeds into the other. Carla, Charlene, Gordon, thank you very much for your time and your comments this afternoon. Much appreciated.
A pleasure. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Okay, we can then move on to our last panel for this afternoon, which I'm going to ask Gordon if you'll come back, and then also Mike Solomon. And this particular section, we will have a look at future challenges and applications. I think it's accepted that ESG is going to become more important in the future. Will we reach a stage where ESG requirements becomes too onerous to apply fully and takes on a life of its own outside of mining? Your comments.
Well, I'm going to kick off there, Sonia. If one looks at some of the codes that are out there, for example, to list on the US stock exchange with your F1 report and SK 1300, they're already onerous beyond the level of detail that one is required in some of these codes is such that that anybody in their right mind, if they actually read these documents, would not invest in the mining companies. And I think that is counterproductive. So I think that as sort of at the moment, the organizations that are approving CVs and SMEs, that we do need to keep a very, very pragmatic mind of what we're trying to achieve. We are not trying to deter investment in the mining industry. We're trying to manage risk, and we're trying to provide information, balanced, as Charlene said, transparent information, and then the best information available given the timeline issues that the temporal issues that Gordon refers to. Because nobody can see that far into the future, but we're trying to give people the best information available to enable them to make qualified investment decisions or lending decisions or valuation, acceptable valuations for transfers of property. So I don't think that we should get to a point where they become too arduous. I think we always need to keep a very, very pragmatic eye on what the risks are, how they can be dealt with, and how we communicate those to the readers of these reports.
If I could build on that, I think it's in that pragmatic process of ensuring that we, as professional bodies, SIMM, GSSA, and others, keep closely engaged with the various regulatory bodies, such as stock exchanges, to press home the need to be pragmatic. the ultimate decision to make investment sits with the person who makes the decision. We could never provide all the information to allow any decisions to be made. The person still has to take accountability for making a decision. So a realistic level of disclosure, which is provided and can be assessed to be of reliable disclosure, is finding that balance between nothing, the Wild West that we used to have, to an over-regulated, over-controlled in a situation where it's very difficult to actually make an investment decision. But you can't, as an investor, each one of us, let alone companies, can't abdicate from a point you make the decision or board makes a decision to pursue a particular investment. It's just providing the right balance of information. And that's the pragmatism I think that Mike is talking about here. Our role as professional bodies is to try and make the bodies that are insisting on these type of regulations to view it more pragmatically. I have repeated myself there, but I think it's important.
How do we deal with the reality of materiality versus data dumping?
I think this is a big issue, Tanya. I mean, the amount of, and I sort of make a point of going through the integrated sustainability or sustainability aspects of integrated reporting, and very often mining companies either advertently or inadvertently dump so much obtuse data in these reports that it's difficult to actually get a feeling of what they're trying to say, what they're trying to prove. And very often I think it is deliberate, where they just confuse people to the point that they accept that the mining company is doing what it should be doing, but can't really make a judgment. So I think that too much data is a problem. And I think that the data should be far more directed and digestible. So there is always that danger as we get an increasingly complex mining environment, that people are more and more inclined to be defensive, particularly when it comes to stock exchange regulations and protection of the competent persons against litigation. And so it's something that we as professional organizations should look and encourage efficient reporting in the transparent without compromising either transparency or materiality.
And I think what goes with that is some of the earlier comments I made around having clarity as to what are considered as the primary hazards associated with a particular resource to reserve conversion, which results in a business, a mining business, is to be able to articulate those and then only provide the necessary information to support that exclusion of certain factors and the necessary supporting information that's been used for the analysis of the included. So it's creating the discipline around the, can I call it the filter or the sieve that has to be applied in the process of reporting. And to a large extent, if you think the SAMCODES has done that well in terms of the tables, so table 1 telling you what should be in and what isn't in. So I think we're going down the right route in terms of SAMCODES. It's just perhaps in the future having more visibility or participation to understand what that inclusion exclusion logic is in a context specific situation. We ended up with different codes for diamonds, oil and gas. We look at coal, we handle that differently. We do precious metals in a particular way. So what are the subsets that are required for what you look at for an operation which is going to be established in a pristine area? Let's take an extreme in a national park which has got a number of red list species in it, but it's underlain by a very rich and extractable deposit. The criteria that's applied there in your resource to reserve conversion would be quite different from something which is extraction of residual resources in an urban or peri-urban environment. So the contextual side, I think, may be a lot more important when we look at the ESG component in the work that we're doing and what's in and what's out. Thanks.
Yeah, Tanya,
So we've got,
going
go
back to Charlene's point about double materiality, and I think this is where the guidelines can be very, very useful, is to, instead of going into copious detail on climate change on the one side and decarbonization of mines on the other, I think that the logical linkages in these areas of double materiality can be more efficiently dealt with if there are the proper guidelines as to how to link these and how to balance these particular issues. So I think it is also a function of the codes that we're trying to put together right now, and the way that we implement these codes, that we should be as efficient as possible without undermining the issue of materiality.
So we land up with a situation of two extremes. On the one side, we have organizations such as, one that comes to mind is Just Stop Oil. People who want to stop mining at all costs because of the ESG impact on it. On the other side, you've got the world's desire for critical minerals. Is that desire going to outweigh ESG requirements under certain circumstances? Can these two extremes coexist? Or what is the end game? And how do we get there?
I mean, it's an interesting one, Gordon, and maybe you can lead on that, but I'm going to raise the issue in this respect of the car power ship, for example, where very often these processes are abused to get to a particular end, political or end or other agenda, and perhaps the codes can, by maintaining that balance, actually provide some sanity or common sense into these debates. Gordon?
Yeah, I think the nature of humans and history shows that we're always going to have the extremes. We're going to have those that are radical around and will go to any extent to stop something, such as the Just Stop Oil, and you'll have others that will be not concerned about the social or environmental impacts of an investment in order to make money out of it. It's finding that middle ground. So they'll always exist. So being able to give the central part of that normal distribution, not the two extremes, sufficient information around what is being done here. So based on whichever leaning they have, they can make an informed decision. And that's again the materiality aspect. Materiality relates to, if I did not have this information, would I have made the same decision? So sufficient information around the hazards associated with a particular resource, I'll keep it back at that level, the exploitation of a particular resource, need to be disclosed to allow informed decision making. I don't think we can go beyond that, else we're almost getting people to they want to abdicate making a decision, because whatever we tell them, we could get sued because we haven't actually disclosed this, or we haven't considered the following. It's finding that, again, it's an issue of balance. And the SAMCODES is a phenomenal history. It's taken us a long time there, and many people on this call have been involved with it, to get to the point of finding an appropriate balance between too much or too little. But at the end of the day, it's up to the lead, a competent person, to actually expose what those hazards are and what the response has been to them, and understand that they will be potentially taken to task by a panel of peers based on somebody from those two extremes, the Just Stop Oil or the rabid capitalist, to justify what they've done. And that's the balance mechanism we've got. We live that mechanism.
Doesn't this raise another issue, in addition to the transparency, that the question of bias is that it is important for the competent person to put both sides of the story to, within, and to create that balance of which you're speaking, because unless it is addressed, people will exploit it. And I think that as part of the transparency imperative, one should say, on the one hand, if you stop oil, there will be significant socioeconomic distress in these areas or environmental impact or whatever. And these are the dangers of stopping the oil, and these are the dangers of not stopping the oil. And where is the compromise, the pragmatic compromise going forward? And again, go back to the temporal issues that you're talking to. So I do think that perhaps in the codes, there should be some reference, in addition to transparency, is the need for balance and bias. To be dealt with as part of information that people can make qualified decisions. They can look at one side and the other side and decide how they want to interpret it.
Tanya, can I just comment on that one? So
yes, and once you've commented on that, then we'll go to Martin.
Okay. I think, and I'm hammering this point a lot today, but people can take it for particular bias, is that's why I think it's important to have this element of the code for ESG now we're talking about, is to actually say, what is the universe of hazards that have been considered? These are the exclusions for the following reason. So there's an appendix that says, we're taking the following things out for the following reason. This is our assessment as a competent person. This is the assessment. They have been excluded. The inclusions are in there, and you'll find all the information how it's been taken. So it's not a case of saying, we're not telling you what we've taken out. They're saying, this is what we consider as a universe of hazards related to ESG. We have decided to address the following in the reporting, and the following exclusions have been made for the following reasons. So again, it's an informed viewpoint. So the first thing a person does when they pick up the competent person's report is they read it up and agree or disagree with it. Thanks.
Okay, right, Martin, your question, and sorry, Safisa, if you wouldn't mind taking over, I just have something urgent that I have to deal with outside.
Sure, no worries.
Thank you.
Sorry, please continue, Gordon.
No, I'm closed. I think we were going to go to Martin's point.
Apologies, Martin. Sorry, you've got your hand up. Please go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thanks for a very interesting discussion and debate so far. I don't think the intention was to come up with any answers in these precious hours, but just to add to some exchange of views, I'm working with some close colleagues here at SRK in the UK to try and get ahead of the curve, really, to try and get our reporting of mineral resources and mineral reserves up to scratch, anticipating the codes also making a similar change. And very much sympathize and agree with the view that we should elevate these matters, but not necessarily over-amplify them. I think that's a very nice way of describing what we must do as resource and reserve competent persons. However, Gordon painted a picture of a very lucrative deposit existing in a very, let's say, sensitive location. And that's happened to, I've been involved with a couple of cases where these two have come together, and it's been a very difficult call as to whether something should even be in resource in circumstances like that. These are the difficult questions that we're going to be asked to make a call on. I think we can always say, oh, this is a risk and that's a risk, and there's a risk of the economics, there's a risk with the technicals, but actually red flags that we're quite used to using in a technical sense. If there's a refractory gold deposit that's just not going to work at a 0.5 gram cutoff grade, it needs to be 3 grams. You know, that's common parlance. But what are the obvious red flags in the ESG space? And I think that's where the codes could provide some definitive guidance. But then I would go on to say that it's not the code's job to educate the competent person in all of the matters that the subject matter experts would be qualified to opine on. It's the code's job to, I think, steer the competent person's thinking and to ensure that their reports at least discuss the risks of material risks now in the ESG space as well as the traditional technical space. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Any other thoughts, speaking of opinions, around what Martin was referring to? I mean, even on the chat, there's a lot going around risk. Any other thoughts?
I think that we need to follow on Gordon's discussion earlier on, is that how do we deal with the extremes in the codes? And I think that Gordon's suggestion of again, in the interest of transparency, of specifically excluding specific areas is important, in terms of the fact that you're then signaling that you're not ignoring these issues or sweeping them under the carpet, but for whatever reason they're not relevant to the task at hand. So I would like some discussion on that, but I think that is an absolutely vital aspect of the new codes, as to give some guidelines as to when something is material or should be reported on and opined on, or whether in fact it's considered but not considered material.
Gordon, any further thoughts, or anyone else carrying on with that discussion?
I'm in agreement with Mike, and the thing about it is, and it goes back to Martin's comment now, it's not the job of the code to do the work of the subject matter expert, but to steer their thinking. So it's being able to indicate the areas of concern that are relevant in the current time. I'll go back to my temporal focus. In the current time, that what has the CP necessarily identified and considered all of the aspects around the social, environmental, and the governance components. So the code should be, to use Martin's terms, should be steering the CP's thinking, not doing the CP's thinking. Because if the CP doesn't think and do what they have to do, and there's an objection, it'll come through in terms of the if there are complaints, and then the peer review process. So it's something Tanya's been talking about, is finding that balance of being able to switch on the light to allow people to see. So you steer the thinking, but they have to do the looking themselves. They've got to find it. And that's the subject matter expert's responsibility. That's why they are subject matter experts. Can't be over prescriptive.
Gordon, Fiona, you've got your hand up. Then we'll go to Nicole's question.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on something that you raised there regarding materiality, in the fact that in terms of corporate governance, and I know we're talking about mineral reporting, but I'll loop back to that in a second. In terms of corporate governance, a company's obligation is to go out to their stakeholders, in this case, their business community, the wider stakeholder group that Charlene spoke about. And in fact, she can probably talk more knowledgeably about this point than I can. And from those stakeholders, determine what is material to those stakeholders. And I think as a competent person or an SME reporting on mineral reporting, we need to ask the company, have they done that process? And we need to take on board whether any of those topics of materiality affect the individual asset, the individual project that we're looking at, and apply through that lens what's material. So there's obviously a financial element, but over and above that, there may be these non-financial elements that are identified through these corporate governance processes that are applicable to that individual project. And that's what the CP and the SME have to be looking at.
Sorry, thanks, Fiona. Nicole had a question back to Martin's point, just around in terms of exclusions. I mean, could cross-referencing public reports that handle these issues be sufficient? I just want to put it out here. Gordon, your thoughts on that?
My apologies, but I lost all of that. I was dropped about 3 minutes of that complete statement. I missed. Mike, could you pick it up? I'm sorry, I lost all comms there.
What future challenges might be, and matter experts need not only look at, and just going back to the semantics of ESG, as our world is developing into, for example, a climate change or carbon mitigation environment, carbon neutrality, or as geopolitics get more difficult, what those future impacts are going to be on the codes. I'm just trying to, in my own mind, get my head around how one deals with future challenges and couches them in the sense of materiality, and I'm not quite sure. I think let's throw that open out into the floor. I'm not sure that I can answer that or contribute to that.
Any other thoughts, Teresa?
Thanks, Sifiso.
Sorry.
So in terms of cross-referencing, as Nicole has asked in her question, one of the many conversations we've been having within the SAMCODES ESG working group is the need to avoid duplication of information and data dumps. And to this end, cross-referencing of information is a very useful opportunity or a useful way to do that. And it also provides the opportunity for readers to access the full suite of information that's already in the public domain, and then provide have their own opinion on material issues. If I think, for example, of an environmental impact assessment, those reports all need to be publicly available. The SME, together with the competent person, can, based on that information, explain in the public report that they have focused on perhaps groundwater impacts or management of waste as material issues, but that the full environmental impact assessment is available, on a particular URL. The readers can then go and review that impact assessment for themselves and draw on whether or not they find the findings of that accurate, and if they think that the CPs and the SME have done their job properly in terms of the material issues that they've flagged out of it. So yes, cross-referencing existing information that has more detail is essential if we want to integrate ESG effectively into our mineral reporting codes, would be my view.
So Teresa, I suppose where I'm not possibly understanding what Nicole is saying is that, are you talking about cross-referencing public reports specifically referring to the project itself, the published EIAs for comment or whatever? Or are we looking at at opinions or contextual opinions that may influence the context of the mining project going forward? And those are, so that's why I mentioned geopolitical opinions, where climate change is going, how might this affect the precursor battery market, how might climate change might change mobility and what the impacts on it. So I'm not sure whether she's talking about cross-referencing public reports in a general sense or specific to the project.
I see Nicole has her hand up, so maybe we should hear from the author herself.
Yeah, sorry. Let me just clarify. I didn't want to confuse anyone. I think it was more on the back of what Gordon was saying, is that if you have specific things or topics that you have maybe excluded because you don't find the material or you don't see the material to a specific project, but that if these things are dealt with elsewhere in public reports, instead of saying I have excluded XYZ for this and this reason, you could, as Teresa had alluded to say that, these are the particular items we find as material, but anything that we haven't dealt with here is dealt with in report XYZ, and you could, the reader could then be directed to that. And in that way, you would appease them, I think, in the sense that, all of the risks are taken into account. It's just that in this particular report, in terms of mineral resource and reserve reporting, you have only considered the pressing issues that you see for this, this particular operation.
I'm sorry, mine is easily confused, and now I can see exactly. Just to clarify in my own mind as opposed to anybody else's mind. So, for example, if there are reports on platinum and the future of platinum in the context of electrolyzing mobility, there's no point, which I have seen in F1 reports, where the mining company, the competent person, goes into a complete diatribe on the future of platinum for 40 pages, and that is really data dumping and obfuscation of the first order. That a reference to public documents on the future of platinum or a particular commodity, be that platinum, battery minerals, whatever, is sufficient to refer to without going into the nuts and bolts of it. So I agree with that entirely, because I think, going back to what Tanya was saying earlier on, in terms of the efficiency or becoming too arduous, I think that's probably a policy that should be adhered to. If there are other documents that deal with the subject, just refer them directly to that. So I didn't understand, but I think that's absolutely critical. It's a very good point.
And I think those public documents could be generally publicly available documents, but they may also be documents that the company has authored for different purposes, but which have relevance to the mineral report that's being published. So, for example, the EIA is a classic example in the ESG world, because the objective of that EIA is to find the significant risks that need to be managed by the project. So you don't need to, and I don't think anybody expects anyone to data dump the entire contents of an EIA into a CPR, but to say we've taken on board the findings of the EIA that has been conducted for this project, and based on that, we find that the following are material for the declaration.
I do think, Teresa, then do you think that the guideline should state that should compel the subject matter expert or the CV to make specific reference, either in a bibliography or preferably a link to the document, so that the reader doesn't have to then go searching around for the specific document, because that would also be construed as digression. So
no, it's exactly in our.
It's a very good point, and I think how we do that should be alluded to in the guidelines.
It's already in the draft. It's been one of the many conversations that we've had, not only in SAMCODES, but within the CRISCO world as well, is providing vehicles and mechanisms. The same goes for corporate governance information. Many jurisdictions require companies to prepare reports on their corporate governance practices and procedures that are either the realm of the board of directors, as I mentioned earlier on, and the CP may practically acknowledge that information exists within the bounds of what's within their area of responsibility, or to say our company has an anti-bribery and corruption policy, which is available on our company website. The way that this applies to our project is X, Y, and Z. So you don't need to repeat every single piece of information that you've relied on, but to cross-reference where things are made publicly available, particularly via the company website.
Or if the company is a signatory to a particular protocol, be it EITA or the World Economic Forum PACI,
yeah, same logic, yeah, exactly.
That this is dealt with through our subscription to these particular protocols. So I think that would lend efficiency to the process.
Right. Thanks, Teresa. Thanks, Mike. Any other thoughts? Martin's posted on the chat that the key to slick reporting is the cross-referencing and bringing attention to relevant documents, relevant being the operative word, and again the professional judgment of the CP. Any other thoughts on this matter? Annalie, have you got any thoughts from your end around some of these challenges? We've got to bring it again to the relevance to the JSE reporting. Do you have any thoughts? Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot if you don't mind.
Hi, Sifusi, no problem. Good afternoon, everyone. I think in terms of incorporation by reference, it's definitely a concept that the JSE has in the listing requirements. So from that perspective, no problem. I would caution, though, that if you want to incorporate something by reference or make reference to a detailed document, that you maybe just highlight, or the CP highlights in the actual, competent person's report, sort of the relevance of the document. And especially if there's something material that you want the investor to know about the content of that separate document. Because the last thing that you want is an investor to read a 50, 60, 100, 200-page competent person's report, and then to read another 100-page, environmental impact analysis, for instance, to try and find the relevant information, especially if it's material. So I think, so we just need to make sure that we get that balance. And from a JSE, just on a different topic, from a JSE perspective, like Nicole said, it's extremely important to focus on the aspects that's material to the mineral resource and reserve reporting, and not focusing on everything that is necessarily relevant to the company. And therefore, I would caution against taking a top-down approach, taking it from company level down to asset level, compared to taking it from asset level up to company level. For me, in terms of the mineral reporting, you should start at asset level and report on that and all the material aspects that could impact your resource and reserve estimate, and eventually mining that reserve. And then, at a company level, they can drill down to asset level and assess the materiality of that at company level. So yeah, that would be my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Annalie.
So can I just ask a comment on Annalie's point? Whilst I agree absolutely that the focus of the mineral report must be on the asset, what you see in terms of, and where you need to have that line of sight from the company level to the asset, is that a lot of targets and your constructive obligations are determined by the company. For example, decarbonization objectives. The company may have set, particularly if you're a large corporation, a multinational mining company, typically those targets are established at a company level, and all projects within that company are expected to comply with those targets. So that line of sight needs to be there to explain, because that determines your RPEEE and your economic mineability of the project, because you as the developer would develop that project under a certain set of assumptions and conditions which should align with your corporate commitments and targets. Otherwise, you've just been greenwashing in terms of those commitments. So all of those factors need to be accounted for in your valuation models and given effect to at the asset level in alignment with the company objectives.
Thank you, Teresa. Mike Gordon, anything to add on that perspective, the challenges around materiality?
No, I don't have anything to add, Lisa, thanks.
Cool. Anyone else on the floor? While that's you're gathering thoughts, there's a comment from Putela around TikTok videos. But I mean, on a serious note, and around now tech talks rather than TikToks, I mean, there is still a need for training around some of these aspects, which will be looked into. I'm not sure if Tanya is back, but from the panelists, are there any other challenges like outside of materiality that need to be highlighted? I'll give an opportunity first to the panelists or anyone else from the participants. Right. I don't see anything. Mike, happy?
No, I think that I've said as much as I can say at this stage. And,
sure.
I'm done. Thanks, Lisa.
No worries. Gordon?
Nothing further from me, thank you.
No problem. Andy, any other thoughts from your end? Then perhaps, we can sort of wrap it up in Tanya's absence.
Thanks, Safisa. Yeah, I would just say thank you particularly to Gordon and Mike Solomon for joining us today from your busy schedules and providing a somewhat different perspective to maybe where we've been looking at the moment. And I think it widens the field somewhat to take into account some very other important considerations in landing at some final recommendations to go into the documentation. I think this has been a wonderful platform for discussion, and I look forward to the extent that there are comments on the chat, we will then look at getting questions answered for those and post them on the website. And hopefully that will trigger further discussion, which we can then facilitate via the website or directly. And hopefully that will then work with getting the integration of ESG matters into the codes more streamlined and more pertinent for everybody to use. I think, Safisa, that's all I wanted to say at this stage. But thank you again to everybody for participating, to our presenters and the panelists for a very interesting discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andy, and thanks for organizing. It's been a fascinating morning. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Stuff. Thank you, everyone.